The Monday car noises have begun. Good evening. Miyuu signing in. Hello. Vroom vroom. How is everyone tonight? I'm going to get straight into the game because I'm scared that this may be another case of one trial, one investigation. So we'll see how the first trial goes, or if it's only like a first trial. We'll see. I feel like if they introduced in the second case that there's a double investigation, surely they'll continue with it, because I feel like there was enough plot in the first game and it seems that they're really kicking it up for the second one. So if anything, it feels like I'm being told to strap the fuck in. Anyways. Hi Penta! Hope you're doing well today. Where is the game? In a moment. I can feel my shoulder hurting for some reason. And I don't know if it's because I've been straining it. It probably is being strained. Let's face it. I don't have the best posture in the world. Oop. I was trying to get my game over, but then it just moved over by itself. Man, I do not miss how loud this fucking game is. The only thing, I feel like I'm gonna be sad when I get to the end of this, because that'll be it for my Ace Attorney like adventure, basically, other than playing the spin-off Professor Layton like game and then replaying the second investigation. But I know I won't miss the lack of audio volume sliders in this game. That's the only thing I'm happy to leave behind. Heck. Ash! Okay, let me quickly switch the audio because it's loud in my ear. Ah! I also got my hay fever is acting up. I should quickly take the pill now. Take my medication now. I was meant to take it earlier, but I completely forgot. I'm so annoyed. Can't believe it's acting back up again because of the weather. Absolutely annoying. So if I'm sniffing a lot today, yes, it's literally because of my hay fever. I also can't believe it's already Monday. Like, I know I streamed on Saturday, but it feels like Sunday went by way too quick. To be fair, I've been catching up on sleep. Mia does not have the best sleeping record, sadly. But hey, I think if I just go into the last save data, yeah, okay. Because it was like a little bit before the next, before going straight into the trial, we were talking in the lobby. But I quickly went through that before stopping last time, so we're going straight into the courtroom now. Which we are. Okay, hold on. Let me adjust my seat again. I actually have a proper towel for me to sit on now. So it should be more comfortable again. I was just sitting on my jacket for like a good week because I couldn't be fucked. Don't be like me. Don't do that. Also just realized some of my cables have Okay, okay. Take a sip of my coffee, which I think is actually really hot at the moment. Fuck that. It needs time to cool down. You go sit over there. Okay. Now we'll go in. 23rd of October, 9:10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Shit is gonna go down, but I'll be the best lawyer. Who's our defendant again? Don't say that in the same sentence. Don't boast about being a good lawyer and then also being like, who am I defending? Good start. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I forgot about my Joy-Con! What about my controller? I always forget, I'm sorry. Yeah, let's get right into it. Oh wait, just one moment. God damn it. Hi, Burger Castle. How are you today? Let me quickly get my Bluetooth up. What about sitting on a jacket? I'm literally sitting on my pillow. At least your pillow is more comfortable, no? My jacket wasn't really comfortable. Oh, I've got to disconnect my controllers again. Nice gameplay foot. Oh my god, I forgot! Thank you! All I did was change the sound. I completely forgot to get the display up. Is it coming up? Okay. Oops! I mean, you guys only need to hear me speak as a lawyer, right? You don't really need to see the action. Just trust my words, everything will be going fine. Add device. Bluetooth. Bluetooth. Bluetooth device. Click. Connect. Connect. Connector. Thank you. Don't have to go. I need to make some new videos on my channel. One video per month. No worries, Penta. Oh, sorry, hold on. I need to. I have to click with my nails. So hold on. Okay. No worries, man. Good luck. Good luck. Have fun making your video. Thanks for stopping by. You remind me of this one commentary YouTuber who only posts once a month. Well, a little bit over a month. It's not even technically once a month, I feel like. I always thought if I was someone, if I was a YouTuber that only posted long form like videos, I'd probably be someone that posted like no, once every other month. Hold on, I need to sneeze already. Oh my god, my hay fever. Oh, I muted in time. Ah! Anyways, I only think that's the case because when I used to draw a lot, there was a time where whenever I wanted to like draw an illustration, it would always at least take a month, and then it started getting longer and longer, and then I stopped drawing because school started getting rougher, I guess you could say. So I stopped being consistent. I don't know, it would be funny to see how long it took to realize that. Embarrassingly, because it's happened before, I feel like 30 minutes. It would probably taken me like 30 minutes before I realized. That's the embarrassing bit. Thank you, Poker Castle! That would have been very embarrassing of me. Is the game going to connect? Yep, okay. We're sitting today for the public trial. Oh, he's a professor, that's what he was. I kept thinking scientist, but like what was, didn't he have like his own title in the professor? How did I forget the word professor? I'd offended as a professor. Professor Albert Hairbrain. Now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. 6 months out of practice. What's more? Oh no, she's dead. Susan's dead. Why you gotta do the fade like that? No! That's another one of his friends gone. No, she's not here. She's in Japan at the moment. I wonder if we'll ever see her again next to 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, because we started off the game with her. So surely we'll see her again? I hope so. I hope that she does come back, but there's a reason why her dad dragged her back to Japan. You know? And I think it's because of, what? Her safety? It's either her safety, or there's something they don't want her to figure out. Because they dragged her quick. Her dad dragged her home quick, but then she picked up on something while she was over there. Susato's dead? No! Not yet, anyways. I hope she doesn't die. I hope I didn't jinx anything by making a joke of her disappearing animation leading up to her death. That would have been really, really bad foreshadowing. But no, she's not dead. No. That would have been really bad. She's not dead. Look, she's still here. It says, she just doesn't say that she's dead here. I really hope I didn't jinx anything. I didn't foreshadow anything. I'm without Susato-san today. So 6 months out of practice and his Judo's assistant isn't with him. We may be cooked. Oh yeah, we also don't have Iris with us. I thought Iris would be with us like in the last, I guess his last case, Ryunosuke's last case in the last game. We had Iris with us instead. But she said that she needed to be somewhere. What did she say again? What about you, Iris? I'm afraid I can't. I have something I need to do. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. Omnis. We don't know what she's cooking, but it is going to be... Hopefully it helps us in the case. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well. Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. Oh, I forgot. That's the victim. This is our victim who died in the experimentation thing. Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐹 was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. That's a familiar line of... Wasn't the Irishman something like that as well? It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zyx. The jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. 2 days ago, on 21st of October, Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐹 met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution, the fact remains that Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐹's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused Professor Hairbrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Is it actually different people this time? I wasn't paying attention, so I don't know. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? New? He's new. Just gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. Hello. She's pretty. I like her eyes. If a man's fate in the palm of one's hand, oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Oh, that's also someone new. They're all very eccentric, it feels like, so far. Science experiments, magic conjuring trick, courtroom trials, or nothing more than performances. Their faces are also very detailed. And each room... That was a car noise, right? I'm not going crazy. Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang. What? Is that like the sound of a typewriter? We have to listen to what's said on both sides, the fence, and to settle on, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Don't we know this guy? Oh. Oh! Wasn't like this in my day, wasn't like this at all! Got quite the jury. That's... The police kill Automole look-alike again. And he's exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware- hold on. I need to put on... I'm going to put on my drawing glove. Just because my nails are feeling kind of weird. So I want to cover them up. Okay. Incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. Tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. No wonder. Maybe that is the reason. What did I say? What did I say? The last investigation? When what? Ryunosuke got his license back to go into the courtroom again. I was confident that the Chief Justice threw this case at us just so that Ryunosuke can be like a scapegoat. Is that what's happening again? What do you mean, swift judgment? Do we really not stand a chance? So your opening statements, please, Lord Van Sykes. At the heart of this incident is the technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as high-voltage instantaneous kinesis. Oh, good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high-voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking! Ha! The whole idea is absurd! The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny! Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field. I am, and my word on the matter could be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. Oh yeah! So before the trial started, Sholmes was able to wake up on time to come and tell us that Well, we reviewed the papers of his little experiment, and it should not be possible. And so, we are dealing with a conundrum of the professor saying that the experiment was a success because the body was found to be in a different location to where it was initially when the experiment had begun. But then we are also being told that it shouldn't be possible. That's prosecution's view on the matter. Well, the Queen dies within a decade after this game. Oh god damn it. I'm assuming we don't experience it in the game. But oh dear. Prosecution Vertex. Prosecution asserts that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What rot? Professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asmon's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Wouldn't that have been too obvious though? I don't get it. Intent to kill. You mean this is a murder, not an accident, right? But then that's such a stupid murder. I mean, like anytime I watch a case fold out, a murder case fold out, it's always like, wouldn't it be really stupid of them to do this? Like, there's no way. Thank you, Lord Van Zyke's prosecution stance is clear, but you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Okay, he's stripped immediately again. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Alright, it didn't take that long. Oh, we have Hairbrain with us. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. I will say I forgot Hairbrain's voice, so please bear with me on that. Also, if Gregson speaks for any longer, my voice will die. Hold on, I'm scratching my eye. Yes, sir! Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Hairbrain? I can't. Albert Hairbrain? Scientist! Scientist! You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery, which is what brought me back to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredibly alright. An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, that was a terrible accident, but a demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Oh god, further. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Oh yeah. It was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. Is that that looks like a gunshot. A gunshot wound. Yeah, he's strapped to the thing. We can see thick. One would assume that's glass, right? That's probably glass, but it's very thick. As my lord, it seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. Photograph of the victim, a photographic print of the victim taken after he had ostensibly. I'm almost certain this word has come up like 5 times in the game. Not in just the great 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. I'm pretty sure it was in the previous games too. And I still can't pronounce it. Ostensibly. Ostensibly. I think it's just the S that's getting to me. Ostensibly. He had ostensibly been beamed to the Crystal Tower. I just need to say it slowly. Ostensibly been beamed to the Crystal Tower. It shows an apparent stab wound. It's a stab wound, never mind. Apparent stab wound to the chest. As the court heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Audie Asmond. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, it was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. You see? So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right! That must be it! My splendid machine! My poor, splendid machine! So yesterday, didn't you? Can't even examine the records thanks to the special dispensation for the Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? That being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simple, my lord. Beg your pardon. Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry? Me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How could he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. He'll explain to the court on what grounds he claimed this experiment to have been a front for murder. Oh dear. Oh dear, a front for murder. So we have the witness here. Why did he bring the witness in? Not the witness, the defendant, sorry. These are the witnesses, sorry. I need to sneeze again. But I don't think it's coming back. No! Goodness. Anyways. There's a reason why Hairbrain is here. Usually the defendant isn't on the stand. It's because he's the professor. He'll need to, like, elaborate on some details. The corpse. Gregson! Gregson! The corpse went crashing through the Crystal Tower, had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of that beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. Postmortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. A stab one. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, so this fellow's the only one who could have done it. Okay, I see where they're going. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. Coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, the victim was killed twice by the accused. No! That could be further from the truth! Have you the experiment plan document that was submitted in the security team? Submitted to the security team. Oh my god, reading! Victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. Oh! As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. Why, Giratina?
The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Ooh. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the bird cage materializing in midair.
Oh.
But where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window.
My word! One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then.
I'm so sorry! I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident. A terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart.
Murder weapon? What are you saying?
This is the autopsy. Okay, I was gonna say, where is the autopsy report? Because I want to read it. This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. Why are we doing all the deep voices right now, right at the start? Why is it always Gregson? Gregson, why did I give you that voice? Prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Fuck.
Oh, I'm so cooked for this trial.
Your request is granted, counsel.
Iris, come back, please. Actually, never mind. Look, Iris has a really, really high voice. I wouldn't be able to switch between the two as smoothly as I'd like to. Auditor reported the victim is 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. His neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object.
A sharp object?
Okay. So, no one knows where the thing is? So these three are all new so far. This we can just examine. This one we can also just examine. Let's read this one. Autopsy report, coroner Courtney 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. Details of the victim: name 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, male, age 47, nationality British. Time of death 21st of October around 2:20 p.m. Cause of death: hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Additional observations: a broken vertebrae, was likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. So that's why they need to push that the experiment was a success, because there's no other, like, explanation, I guess you could say. Other reason to how his neck got broken. Well, at least they weren't able to find anything in their investigation to prove another way. But what our stance at the moment, based on a friend, Mr. Sholmes, take on it, and I guess also Iris. I think she also kind of contributed. Sholmes and that juror. He says that the experiment shouldn't be possible at all. We need to prove that it's not possible, and then we need to prove that there was another way for him to have gotten a broken neck, but also be in a different location to where he was initially. That's gonna be god awful to figure out. So this is pointing up. It was meant to be pointing straight, where it goes straight to here. I like that they put the fucking balloons in the back. They really didn't need to do that. Why did they put the balloons here? At the moment, they don't seem very important. The experiment sketch. He drew in the balloons. Unless if we were to think of another way on how he got thrown over there, it's because of the air balloon. Not that I don't understand how, but imagine being able to pick up someone's body and then dump it the fuck over quickly. I mean, at the moment, that makes the most sense, doesn't it? At a considerable height, only an air balloon will be able to do it. But would it be able to get close enough to do that? Wouldn't it be dangerous?
Guess we'll see. Crystal Tower and a science exhibition. This actually did happen IRL. I'm not sure about murder part. There was probably a murder, maybe not involved with the exhibition though. But that's interesting. But they're really following the timeline here. Even mentioned in the first Guilty case where he mentioned Hyde Park in a glass building. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure with the Great Ace Attorney, what, a second case in the game featured two characters that we already saw but weren't involved even remotely in the first game. So I'm under the belief that the Great Ace Attorney, like the entire plotline of the Great Ace Attorney was like laid out, but then they had to separate it into two games. Which is interesting because the first game had like a massive cliffhanger, meaning they were ready to throw out the second game, even if the first game didn't do that well. Well, it worked out for them. I kept hearing about the Great Ace Attorney, but it just didn't come to global until 2 years ago, nearly 3 years ago. Took place a few years before the in-game year. Oh, really? Oh, hi, Mariskin. Fuck. How are you today? Transmitting infections. No? I want to read the autopsy. Oopsie, I was not meant to click that. But usually the autopsy reports that we have in this game are very limited. But based on the additional observations that we got, considerable hide. I'm trying to piece out what's happening. If we were to go for a different angle. Okay, to assume that Hairbrain is not the one that did it, right? Like, we believe in our defendant. They did not commit any murder. All they did was, they were just involved in the experimentation, that's all. Like, a theory could be that he got dragged over by an air balloon and then someone stabbed him in the Crystal Tower, but then that... We weren't really able to investigate the Crystal Tower. Well, I guess that's where my... That's where they could do a second investigation, eh? Where we can actually go into the Crystal Tower. Because we weren't really able to examine the scene here because there was police. It was cut off. The only area we were able to examine was here, but even then, we weren't able to touch anything. We were only able to examine with the detective next to us. I feel like we don't have a lot. I feel like there's definitely a second investigation, but that just means that this trial needs to lead to convince the judge that we need a second investigation. Which only scares me more, because how the fuck are we gonna do that? Also, I completely forgot, we also have the fucking wax museum. We had the whole thing with the wax museum at the end of the investigation. And that probably, we were told that leads into our current case, but it doesn't seem related at all for us. Ah, what is going on? Let me drink water. I already feel my throat going dry. Now the inconsistency with real life, natural born Brits are given nationality of where they're born in. Only naturalized migrants are given nationality British. Really? Oh, okay. Wait, so... Oopsie. We don't want to look at your body, I'm sorry. There's a delay in the controller. They're able to pinpoint exactly, but only... Oh. I'm assuming this is back then? Is what you're telling me? As a factor in terms of depth, also of the stab wound and further penetrations. Wait. Because it looks like a pretty... It looks like a pretty small... stab, isn't it? Because it was directed straight to his heart. Just based off the image, he seems to have a large build, so the wound actually looks a lot smaller. That or it's the camera angle. Oh, he's got like a little headrest, I just noticed. It's really... You can't really see it. But he's got a little headrest. Doing well, I got my mark back for my hamstring hair clinical presentation. 100% congratulations! See, I knew you could do it. Amazing. The clinical anatomy. Sorry, I can't read from this far. A theory exam. There's 3 more days more afterwards of report writing for my lab project, and I'm done with my undergraduate degree. Ah! Good luck for tomorrow. You got this. Doing amazing, honestly. Ah, I'm so proud of you. But good luck with your studies as well. Nearly there. Oh, and now that we keep talking about it, the more I'm trying to piece it together on how this could happen, but we just don't have a lead for anything. Like, the trial is literally just started. Like, I really shouldn't be thinking this hard. But I think the reason why I'm so confused is that if I do follow with my air balloon theory, is that for that to happen, no one would have been able to see it. And if I remember correctly from the video that we saw of the experimentation happening, there should have been a lot of smoke. Stupid question. Do air balloons blow away smoke? I feel like even if it doesn't, it would have been so obvious that there was a balloon there, unless everyone was too panicked to notice anything. But at least one person should have seen something. Not everyone would have been stuck with, like... You know what? We'll see. If Sheldon says it's not possible, we'll figure it out. I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance, and the only other person on the stage with Mr. Asmund was a disgraceful excuse for a scientist. And really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with cross-examination. Yes, sir. Need to focus. Oh, why are you slapping your face? This is so early. It's because you're alone that you gotta do this shit by yourself. You gotta lock in. Ah! And you said everyone slap your faces. 1, 2, 3. Ugh. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Yeah, you do. We don't have a judicial assistant with us. It's just you and me, and I'm not the best. It's just you. Front for the murder. Hold it. Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly, which highlights something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. Ah. Of the explosion, the cage with the fellow inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. So the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor, was the cause of the fatal disaster. That was my mistake! So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally. Absolutely! The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right! That's the point! The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake! Did people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asman was wearing at the time, I suppose. Ah. Crackling comets! The answer should have been 3! So much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third. Hold it! Another fatal injury, you say? It doesn't make any sense. Didn't think I have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, is it? Too right. Obviously, at first we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case. Well, my name. Who could answer once I finish my fish and chips if you don't keep butting in every few seconds? I feel like it's the first time I've seen him eating his wedges in the courtroom. I feel like every other time he's tried to avoid it. Like, he had the bag of chips in his hand, but he's never tried to eat it. We all know that's a bottomless bag. Bottomless? The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that as the cause of the death. Right, that's what we all thought, but it was a red herring, wasn't it? Let's get this witness testimony out of the way so I don't have to speak as Gregson again. Which is painful because as far as I'm concerned, he's like, vital to the main plot development. He was a part of the cliffhanger for the last game. Just for this case, just for this case, I don't know if I can keep speaking in his voice. It's always painful. The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. Prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Are you apologizing? Sarcastic and insincere, thanks. What was the nature of this sharp object? I was gonna say, do you know what it is? Among the accused's tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Oh, I forgot we noticed this at the thing. Okay. Excuse me, I wanted to read the thing. I also need to sneeze. Okay. I muted in time again. Okay. That would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Count? Ah! There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew! Andrew! Of course. Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all of my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Why does he do that? He's like, he snaps for a second and then he does his little hand gestures. Andrew is my flat-headed screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. Ah, that isn't... It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt.
No! Look at him! Look at him!
That's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound.
Aha! Cosmo, is that a Yakuza reference? I forgot they both have the same. Is that Kiru's last name? Was it Kiru's his first name, yeah? I always get confused because when a Japanese game gets translated to English, sometimes they switch it. But whenever I read a Japanese name, I always make sure in my brain to like read it as last name, first name. So when it switches for like English localization, I always get confused. But I forgot about that. Kazuo Kiru. Ryunosuke's best friend. He's a Yakuza. The call will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Screwdriver. Professor Hairbrain's trusty screwdriver that he's named Andrew. There are traces of blood at the tip and it matches the shape of the victim's wound. That's why the wound looked kind of small, because it was from a screwdriver. So one of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. Great. Shall we go and examine it? Let's examine it before I forget. Oh dear, that is indeed red. I was just gonna be Renalse to— oh no, there's no one on the right side. He's so lonely. Oh no. Oh, that's so sad. I was gonna say I'll be like the fake assistant. I can like throw in lines or something. I can't do that. I'm not smart enough to input something of like worthy note. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Oh, I was gonna say, will you actually update it? Because half the time, this game doesn't do that. Well, at least when it comes to small information that I should have remembered, apparently, but it wasn't in the thing. A metal screwdriver that was found poking through the grill in the base of what remains of the kinesis machine. It's a very distinctive handle. So we have the location of where we found the screwdriver written down. This is blood. Mr. Asmon's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Ryunosuke, you're kind of boring when you're examining items by yourself. God damn it, man. Okay, my statement. What grounds do you have for saying that?
Do you really need to ask? We're only two people in the public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odiasman, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. We know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion in the kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could have possibly have done it. Now, but Hairbrain is the only bloke who fits the bill.
Excuse me.
Professor Hairbrain, you have some information that may be relevant here. Professor? Oh! Sorry! I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that. It seemed as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Well, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Miss Asmund, as you say. Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals, with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. And surely you see, if I plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath! No, a blood swimming pool! But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time! And yet, not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood! Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one! Sure didn't say anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Van Zyke's gonna say something? Order? Oh god, he's pouring a drink. Oh, before he throws his drink, let me take a drink. It'll be such a waste otherwise. Never mind, I completely forgot that was not cool enough. Excuse me, hold on. I'll just drink water, never mind. My coffee's still too hot. Goodness. Okay. Oh, hello, Moto, sorry. Nearly dropped my controller. How's the game so far? Very enjoyable! I feel like I'm going crazy though because of all like the little cliffhangers and like the what probably is foreshadowing, like or like these little bits and whatnot of the main story, but we're just not getting anywhere with it. So I feel like I'm being teased, and it's making me go crazy. But other than that, I'm having so much fun. I just know I'm gonna go crazier further into the trial though. Try to figure out what's going on. But that's the average Ace Attorney case. Just gotta strap in and prepare myself. But anyways, hope you're doing well. Thanks for dropping by the stream today. I'm assuming you've played through the Great Ace Attorney before, or know about the Great Ace Attorney plot. Fair dogs. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I save a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends adducing. Don't throw it. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Baroque, but I'm really not a patch on you. Ah! No, you're not. No? You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have? A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, up. This your statement? Where are they going with this? Very well, you amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. Huh? The lip that the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. This is where we present the screw drive, because you know that the screw drive wasn't found with the body still. Well, we'll press it anyways. Why would you think that, Inspector? With any wound, it's only Gregson. Gregson, why do you sound like this? It's only when you pull the weapon out that profuse bleeding occurs. Once it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts, for want of a better word. I see. You know this? You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator. Ugh. Why is this at the side when you need her? If you ask me, this bloke marks what he was doing from the view with his body before stabbing Asmund in the chest. Then he beamed the victim off the stage with his fancy device, the screwdriver still where he planted it. I would never do such a thing! Not to my precious tools! I would never use them for such dirty work! You only use tools for their intended purpose! That's common knowledge for any scientist! The fact remains the lack of blood at the scene can easily be explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated. All the testimony I have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Van Zyke keep that to himself until now on purpose to gain the advantage? Well, I suppose all I can do is press the witnesses for as much new information as possible. It's okay, we know the answer. I'll save anyways, Aha! I clicked by accident! Oh, I'm blaming the delay of the controller, okay? Should I buy myself a new PS5 controller finally for Christmas? I don't usually buy myself things there. Present?
Objection!
I love my favorite in this series. Love the characters, music, and setting. Me too. Even though I've only started it. Like, I don't know everything, but fuck, me too. I feel like the start of Adventures really got to me. Like, I really wasn't expecting that to happen to Kazuma, and then Susato was also, what, her stance as the assistant, and how she was by, like, Kazuma's side. Like, the whole trusting process thing when we were on the ship. Like, that was just so good. I think the second case was just really good. I really like the second case, even though that's kind of where all the heartache starts. But man. But for context, I bought the Great Ace Attorney like 2 years ago, but I hadn't touched it until very recently, because I told myself to play through the other Ace Attorney games before starting on the Great Chronicles. And then for more context, I got into the Ace Attorney like franchise because of the Great Ace Attorney. A friend was fangirling about the Great Ace Attorney for a good while. So this was before Chronicles came out. This was like years ago. Maybe like a decade ago now, I think. when I can't remember. Whenever the Great Ace Attorney like first came out in Japan, or like a couple years after, I can't remember. So ever since then, I've just been blue balling myself, I guess you could say, on playing this game. Only until this year, where I finally got through a good amount of the Ace Attorney games. Did investigations, did the Apollo Justice trilogy, and finally I'm here. And I'm having so much fun with the game. I also really love the music as well. I feel like for a Great Ace Attorney especially, the music is probably going to be stuck with me the most. I don't know, I just really like it a lot more. I'm usually someone that really likes sentimental music, so any sentimental tracks in like the other games always hits me. But so far for Great Ace Attorney, like a good amount of just the BGM have just been so good. Ah! Ace Attorney. Why? Why did you become my hyperfixation? You say that? While the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood in the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. Common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about the screwdriver? The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Oh, now you come to mention it, yeah. Inspector, we'd understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate. That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. No, not at all, I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. As that's true, the screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? This tool had been in the victim's body, but the victim was beamed away by the machine. Then it shouldn't have been on the stage. That's right, it should have been beamed across the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asmund. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest. How do you explain this, Inspector? Well, I don't. It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. The screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred. Obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. Ew! It's a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Oui. Lord Van Zyke's is stunned. Oh, not Hairbrain! Very funny because I think you could have started a great Ace Attorney without any problem. Yeah. Everyone says this anytime I say this. But I always forget to preface. It's more of a motivation thing because I was really into the Ace Attorney as a franchise, but I knew that if I just immediately played the Great Chronicles, I probably would have never touched Apollo Justice. I'm like being genuine. I wouldn't have touched the Justice trilogy, sorry. Justice trilogy, or probably played Investigations either, even though I really love Investigations. Investigations is really, really high up there, but I need to play the second game to, well, replay the second game to determine how I feel about it now that there's an official translation. But I did it more of as a motivation thing, so I'm able to get through things if I keep like a motivational end goal, and to me that was the Great Ace Attorney. So for me to get through the other games with some level of like motivation, because I didn't know anything about the other games and I didn't want to spoil myself, of course, so I couldn't really get anyone to like tell me anything without like demotivating me or spoiling me. So I told myself, don't play the Chronicles, go play every other fucking game before you can find yourself back here. And damn, it took 2 years, but I did pretty well, in my opinion. I could have quit any time, but you know, the game is just too good. The games are just too good. Speaking of, didn't they? Wasn't what has the sale for the games finished yet, or is it still on sale? No, it's still on sale. So for anyone interested in the Ace Attorney games, as far as I'm concerned, a good amount of them is like over 50% off. So go buy it! But yeah, I think my favorite Ace Attorney game is probably Investigations. Either the Investigations or Duel's Destinies. Well, Duel's Destinies only because I really like Blackwell. I haven't really like I actually don't know, never mind. Because I did a blind playthrough of all of it, right? So my initial experience of it, I always have like a different opinion of that when judging how like the overall game is. And I haven't really gotten to like sit down through it for, well, now that Investigation 2 has an official translation, so that's why I'm putting it on the back burner. And then for Duel's Destinies, I didn't realize there was a DLC and I had to play that after I finished Spirits of Justice. So I haven't really been able to like compact it together properly in my brain. I did really like Duel's Destinies, which I know isn't the most popular of like the Apollo Justice trilogy, because it doesn't really involve Apollo. It's Athena's point of view. But that's why I liked it. Like, just it's standalone as a story. I really enjoyed it. And then I also really like Blackwell, but that we put that on the back burner. Let's not talk about that. That's just like my major bias in play. But if I had to say, it would be Investigations, because when I finished Trilogy like years ago, and I barely remember it now, but the reason why I got back into Ace Attorney was because I started Investigations. I was really curious about Investigations for the longest time, but I didn't start it until much later. And then when I got into it, I was like, oh my fuck. I'm gonna let this be my hyperfixation for the years to come. Because I told me I didn't want to start Chronicles for the longest time, and I had it for so long and I didn't start it. Yeah. Investigation 2 translation is great, isn't it? I've been trying to avoid spoilers. Like, I was told a few things, but I've already forgotten it. Media memory at its finest. Can't spoil me if if I've already forgotten it. Not a fan of Duel's Destinies, but yeah, Black Hole is great. Yeah, I know it's very big bias on my part, because objectively, when I look at Duel's Destinies, I can understand where everyone's point is. Because it really doesn't fit in. And then there was some of the cases in Duel's Destinies that kind of threw me off too. But just standalone by itself, I feel like if it wasn't really a part of like the trilogy, maybe it would have been a lot better. But then that'd also destroy like the existence of Spirits of Justice, I guess you could say, because Athena is involved in that point. But like, even though she was involved in Spirits of Justice, even then it was kind of like that case was like a filler. Like, I feel like they didn't really do anything. I don't know. Even then, like, which is funny because I also really like that case because it had like, it had an interesting twist to it. But the whole dissociative identity like disorder thing, and I thought that was really cool that they added that in, but it just didn't make sense to the entire, like, this is what I mean by how I objectively view things versus like how I feel about it. Even though I'm very biased towards it, and I was very happy with that one Blackwell scene that you see in Spirits of Justice, where he just grabs and shakes Athena. Which lives rent-free in my head, by the way. It runs on repeat. But it just didn't feel right. Like, I get it. But even then, I do believe that investigation being my proper gateway back into Ace Attorney makes it my favorite. But I'd have to play the second one, the official second one, to see which one of the two is my more preferred one. Because the only reason why I don't like the first one is the one horror case, which by the way was good. I'm just really bad with horror. The Blue Badger. That also lives rent-free in my head for all the wrong reasons. Fuck that haunted house case, frankly. I never want to go through it again. That's like the only downside of the first investigation. Phoenix Apollo and Great AA on sale on Steam. So, yeah, not investigations, right? Because it's too recent that it came out. But guys, all three of those are on sale for. Well, actually, I was gonna say the price, but I can't really say it because it's an AUD for me. Well, there's the bundle. There's the Ace Attorney, both the Phoenix Wright and Apollo Justice trilogy bundles, at a whopping 40% off. So go check that out. Investigations isn't on sale yet, but maybe come Christmas, give it a bit more time, and you can pick that one up later. I mean, I think I might have to. I want to see how low I can get it, because it feels like such a waste, but also isn't a waste, because in my head I wanted to buy it at full price anyways. But I gotta be frugal with my money, because there's other games that I also want to buy. It's rough out here. But also Chronicles is 60% off. Buy the games! There's a story mode, so you don't need to go through the suffering that I do. You can just sit back and relax with the story mode. Investigation 1 is a little mixed for me. Investigations 2 is my top 3. Right? Investigations 2, well, when I played the fan made, it was really good. Just, oh god, it was... ah! It just hit so many good places for me. But I kind of get how Investigations 1 played out, because they were playing with a completely different, like, gameplay, you know? Running around with fucking Miles Edgeworth in my Ace Attorney game. Like, what? Like, I get it. But that was kind of, that was the whole appeal. But then, like, the story in 2 was so fucking good. That's why I can't wait to I guess, quotations replay it when I do finally get the game and then play it. But I want to give myself time since it's still kind of like in my head. That makes sense. I want to give it more time for my amnesia to kick in. For my horrible memory to kick in and like it becomes splotchy and I don't remember a lot of details. And then I can go back in with like a clearer mind. It'll be like a blind playthrough all over again. But not. Yeah, Investigation is still full price. But still, I feel like, well, for me, in my currency anyways, AUD currency is kind of ass. Very painful. But I feel like for its price, it's pretty good. It's 2 games in one. And then if you think about like a Nintendo like Switch game, that is usually like, so 60 to 80 like AUD versus Investigations, which is how much? How much Steam? Where is it? I can't see it. $59.95, so $60. So $60 for 2 games. 2 games, and you get a little bit extras, no? You get you get to either play it in the new HD format or with the pixels as well. You also get the gallery. Right? There's a gallery, right? This game also has like a gallery that you can look through, or like the concept art and whatnot. And this also has the music as well. Like, that's such a steal, even at full price. Like, that's a good deal. That's kind of the reason why I was like very tempted to buy it at full price, but I was like, no, don't do that. You don't make enough money to justify buying games at full price anymore in this economy. Hold back, hold back. We live in a society. But it's still very worth it. I say it's still very worth it. But, you know, the other 3 games are on very, very good sale right now. So anyone that doesn't have it yet, go buy it. You've got, this is the miyuu approval stamp. There's nothing to say, witness. Sorry, Hairbrain, we just left you on a cliffhanger for a while. Also have your turn on screen. Goodbye. My cursor. Yes, I knew it! It bears out. The equations hold. It's not all, don't worry! About what? Without delving into details, there's no inconsistency! What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Miss Asmund's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved! Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations! What? Ah, betrayed by your own defendant. Oh, that's 2 breaks today. It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accuser's explanation. Or, should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation. You're complimenting him because it helps accuses him. Oh. Just what I found inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Don't do that. You don't need to do that. Hell, you didn't need to say anything. The truth comes out. The inconsistency explained. Wait. So we're gonna have to battle against this. Not only that, Gregson is gone. Oh my god, thank you. I don't know if I could speak as him again. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruto isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work would have been impossible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together! So the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage despite the victim being found elsewhere is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Hairbrain could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see? We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was addressing you, witness. Professor Hairbrain. Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruto. No. Only side I take is science. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruto. Very enthusiastic for a witness, but you know what? That's very different to what we're usually used to, and I think that's welcoming. I'm tired of unusually, like, confident, arrogant bastards, or, like, very, very wimpy, scared witnesses. Something different.
Hold it!
Your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem. You realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you? No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. Or words of the same great scientist, you know? Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is the scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruto. But as soon as I remember the magnificent... Sorry, he forgot? I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know! It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The only names he remembers is his fucking tools. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. So Lord Van Zykes, really, you did have a friend once, but didn't notice hell freezing over. Hey!
Hold it!
Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven then. No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one, based upon thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals can't be disposed by electrolysis. So, I literally said it earlier. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? What's it mean not being able to sound smart as a professor? It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage in which Miss Asmund was placed for the kinesis. Ah, the jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of timber of some sort. I'll thank you not to refer to it as the instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes, 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 yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model. The ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Ha! Ah, indeed, sir. Someone beam me out of this nightmare. Do we have... Like, I look at his glasses, but is it made of metal? Usually, back then, were any glasses, or all glasses made with metal? Like, what is this? It looks to me a metal. Like, even the straps here. Usually these buckle things would be made out of metal so that it holds, but it was made all out of wood. Can't really. I don't know if that'd be stupid of me to point out. Maybe we'll get something more. You seem to be pleased by that. Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruto. Are you not pleased? No. Knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Asmon's losing his life. Advancement of science is no excuse, I know that. No, you're quite right. At the core, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Asmon? Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. We only ever discussed my hypothesis and the project. The research grant, of course.
Hold it!
How did you come to know Mr. Asmon in the first place? Oh? This is new. A year ago, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work. I can't fucking speak. That's a scientific journal, good gracious. I should need new spectacles. Might have had an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the time I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered-down water out of my tiny little glass. But Mr. Asmon read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory. And offered you money to help fund your work. Exactly! That's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asmon provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the 3 of us produced that fantastic machine together. A machine that you brought to the great exhibition to demonstrate. We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand at all that side of things. Mr. Asmon took care of it all. Was a wonderful man, really. I owe him everything. I think I'm getting into the groove of his voice. It's only a matter of time that he disappears from the stand, though. When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean that you were involved in its construction? Yes! Well, not exactly. I'm not good for the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer. What remains of your creation now, though? Following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible. Yes, I realize that, but still. If someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Asmon and I toured over that machine for so long. We put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So what's left of the machine must be kept safe! That's only fair, because what happened was an accident!
You knew that, then why did you say anything before?
That's the extent of the testimony then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis.
Still, I wonder.
What if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed?
What does that mean?
Wait, hold on, let me read. Stage of gathering data with my research. Wait. We never got his full documents, huh? We never got the experiment sketch. I'll save, but I'm going to read through everything again. Read through the quote record, I mean. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Oh, this is technically new dialogue because we don't have anyone next to us. Well, Iris, I think. Reading through it with us. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. Say it properly before too long. The Reaper attacked. It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. This is the first time the henchmen have tried to attack Lord Van Zykes as a result, by the sound of it. Makes you think. Now that's how the justice system works in London, and there must be dark forces at work. Lost Cat! Can you read that? Please contact if you have any information. That's all I can read. The text here is too hard.
What? What does that say? King... Or... No. King something the 8th, right? Or something rewards something to
miss something. I never actually tried to read the newspaper. $10 pages, 1 penny. Oh, this is also another thing that I'll have to examine by... I'll examine everything with just Ryunosuke now. Oh, it's like the layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. Never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Shulman's methods, it might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. What? Maybe not. Oopsie. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. Oh, a crossbow! What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. Crossbow. A weapon found hidden behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibit. Did I not examine this in the investigations? Did I forget? Gosh, you're so stupid. I could have examined this with Iris. Too late. Actually, we were able to. Yeah, we could examine. I just didn't examine it. Oh, you're so stupid. It turns out that it's a folding crossbow.
Well, it looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device, then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Ugh, really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. You picked up a weapon. Congratulations, Rinosuke. I feel like there's not really much else that we can examine on it. Okay, well, that changes a lot of things, doesn't it? There's groove here. It must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's sort of a bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with a bowstring 2 times out of 3. In fact, if I had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyoto archery training. Wait, you two doing archery together? Oh, that would be so nice to see. Oh. Okay, well that changes a lot of things. We know that there was a crossbow on the grounds. These two are images. There's not really much that I can examine with it. There's a dot here though. What does Rinosuke say? No. Yeah. I don't want him doing any more damage. It seems all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis, but if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed. Okay, I'm going to save again because I ended up examining things that are different. That are different now. Okay, just the crossbow. I don't think this is right, but this is kind of all I have in my head at the moment.
Objection!
Is it? Professor Hairbrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made, is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on, exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asmund is wearing a pair of spectacles, with a metal rim. What? Metal? No, metal can't. No, metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Ah! Order! Counsel, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. Then in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day! The experiment was a success! The experiment was proof of all my work! I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. This is jury number 4. Go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of the science. What? Oh, great Scott, are you suggesting my science is a suspect? Is suspect? It's just been disapproved, hasn't it? It's in front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of the machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No!
Never. That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for a Scientific Equipment Act. The devil's a blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? I like the way this seems to be going. It's the best way for me to help the professor. Raise an objection, wait and see. I don't know! What? What? Hot? Hot? Raise an objection for what? That he's a fraud? I can't really do much, can I? Like, it's standing that that he couldn't be the culprit, but that also means that his entire, like, hypothesis isn't correct. Or at least, like, his experiment was flawed from the start. What? What? Wait and see what? What will happen if I wait and see? Let him get fucking grilled? I mean, that'd be kind of funny. No, it's my defendant. I can't do that. But it'd be funny. Best lawyer in town. No, I don't have anything. I'm sorry. You're on your own. Maybe I should watch and wait for the time being. My feeling is that the machine requires a thorough examination. But what about the special dispensation that's been mentioned? Oh gosh, this is all too much. If it's determined that the machine itself was the murder weapon, I think you'll find the act won't apply. Of course it was the murder weapon, anyone can see that as plain as day. So we're all in agreement, are we? That the machine should be stripped. If I don't do something, they'll... The illusion of choice. Well, we get to see the extra dialogue, okay? Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so, what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public, he would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. Oh. Be an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. The government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible. He and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year. Aww! Yeah, I could live handsome on that much for years. Fuck. Sorry, the corn fucking work is distracting me. The society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists argue with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty of a motive enough for murder, I assure you. No, I haven't deceived anyone. Least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me. No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Ah, Barack! Therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused. Ah, Barack. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zykes? Prosecution will like to summon a new witness. I was gonna say, are you gonna summon someone new? I think it's time for a change of pace. New witnesses to the stand. Ah, it's not one. It's plural. More. New witnesses. What would be the nature of their involvement? No spectators of the demonstration of the exhibition who are occupying special seats. Special seats? Eyewitnesses. Oh well, the court grants prosecution's request. I'd very much like to hear from the eyewitnesses to the incident. Prosecution stands as clear the experiment was no... Excuse me, what did you say? I clicked so quickly. I've never seen that word before. A hairpiece. Postiche. Huh? Oh, the thing that you like glue on. Is it? I always find it really cool that people can like flawlessly blend these in. Anyways, postiche. Postiche. Spellman was no postiche, but that doesn't make any sense. What does that mean? Is there another meaning? A hairpiece. Late Latin, placed beside. In Italian, counterfeit, feigned. Spanish, artificial, false. In French, it's false. And then now it's counterfeit, artificial in the mid-19th century. Originally as adjective with the sense counterfeit, artificial from French, literally false. Probably partly from Spanish, artificial, false, partly from Italian. Oh, okay. The accused killed the financial victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes. It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now. Oh, recess already? During which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Why is there already a recess? What the fuck? It hasn't been that long. What? Okay. That was so short. So this is a two-part trial? 10:44 AM. Yeah, it's so early. It's only been like an hour. What? 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 Let me drink my coffee. Mr. Naruto? What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis? My amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start! Sorry about that. But you promised me! You said you'd prove that dratted explosion was an accident, not a murder! You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands! But all you've done so far is try to undermine me! Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete! Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh, no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being! Well, That might be a little over the top. And well, on the subject. What about Barak? He's being awful. Blaming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster! Not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore? Oh, that's even worse. Well, that's cleared up. Unless you guys are on the same page on how you feel about Van Zyke's. Can I double check something with you? Ah, yes. What? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. Yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Leonardo, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor. I understand. That was 20 minutes? I got to hear Hairbrain complain for 20 minutes straight? I don't even think that was 2 minutes. Okay. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. Who do you trust more? Practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. Really? What should I be trying to prove here? Me too. I'm just as confused as you, but even more so, I'm scared of who the witnesses will be. 11 AM. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Our coffee is finally, like, warm enough for me to drink. Prosecution for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? Prosecution is ready, my lord. As is defense, my lord. Lord Van Zyke, I believe that these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed they did, and as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. Jenny? The testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. Prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. Prosecution's position is clear, so bring forth your witnesses now. Okay, let's show the witnesses in. Witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Oh, yeah, that's Ginny. There's two different people here, though. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. Balthazar? Is it Balthazar? Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of experimento stage. My name is Willem Gottfried Sigmund Ornstein. Fuck. I come to the Great Exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Oh. Oh wait, that's actually really cute. I'm very, oh, okay. That wasn't cute. Inspector Gina Lester at Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Gina? Again. She did mention that she seen the disaster from up in a balloon actually, didn't she? She clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage where the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. This is the other reason why I wasn't too sure about the balloons, but I completely forgot that Gina said that she saw it from a balloon. It could sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. I can't see nothing if you're far too high, can ya? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. Oh, he's still converting. I mean, this helps everyone. Not everyone uses feet and inches. For me, anyways, I know what meters are. Thank you for introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you at a vantage point above the stage. It's gonna be a long testimony then, isn't it? Makes me so happy to see Gina. Look at Ginny all dressed up and everything. Makes me so happy. The view from 60 feet up. Doesn't it? Oh, I can't. Why do you guys have to have an accent? I'm sorry if I butcher it. I will butcher it. Well, as an incidente, terrible. Terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And for me to smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the Crystal Tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Ah, so much for a long testimony. Never mind. It was an extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Excuse me. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around. Oh, okay, that's why they're here. Was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The bird cage appeared at the side of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the Crystal Tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes. With a person inside. The blast was so hot I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. How many balloons are gonna be at the top of the fucking courtroom? I still have lots of money. Precisely, who is this curious infant? I'm told he's a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. I am here in London on sightseeing to visit my elementary school. We'll have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? Oh. Then I remove my mask. This is what I look like. Ah, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. If I say so. Great disguise, then! The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. Furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only accused who was with Miss Asma on the stage could possibly committed the murder.
Ha! My air balloon theory just blew the fuck up. All the air just dissipated. Oh my god.
Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense cross-examination now, please.
Can I not?
Oh, I mean, yes, my lord. You know what? Maybe I do want Gregson back. I don't know if I can do 2 accents and then whatever Gina's voice is.
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand.
I'm going to lean back. I'll need this.
CC, all 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini.
They are very popular, senor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? It's more than my annual stipend.
£20 a month, that is my pocket money. Girls of all the luck. I got there for free, I did. Played the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know? Detectives have all the luck.
If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area.
See, and the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. Those impresarios, they hit me. Impresarios.
Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture on the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident.
Hold it!
I like how no one's surprised with Gina, because I'm pretty sure she's been here for, like, longer. Rindoska is the one that's out of touch with, like, being in the courtroom.
Well, for the past 6 months, anyways.
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yep, and amazing what a detective gets to do there. I'm telling you, you know, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything? We saw everything! Because we were up above it all. A dodgy cove climbing up into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's why it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that.
You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by electricity, I believe.
I don't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang around me. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky.
That's beautiful.
And there was nothing there before.
Excuse me.
Literal boy. Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ?
My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use the full name. Always, always.
Excuse me.
What was it again? Well, Gottfried Sigmund or Ormstein. Just the 4 names, then.
The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps?
Oh, I get right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade.
Why does everyone have a problem with how I dress him at the moment?
That is not what I saw. What? There were a second explosion and it was right beside our balloons, that is true. But I'm sure it's just what I said in it. 1 minute there was nothing there, and the next a massive explosion.
My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you're rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Our Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy. You're getting some great business then, aren't you, bud? Just before the sixth explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying the sky. A green balloon? Eh? You what? I saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it, so you can't say I didn't. I'll complain to the council. I'll cry and scream. Look at him. Hold on. Hold on. Look at him. Wait, he's got like a little camera on him or something. He's got something around his neck. Hold on, can I see? How old are you? 11. Bohemian boy. Cause his name won't fit in the fucking thing. Young prince from the royal family of Bohemia with an excessively long name. Long name. He witnessed the explosion at the Great Exhibition. Balthazar. Impresario of short pleasure voyages and flying balloons. Balloons above the experimentation stage all belonged to this man. My testimony is it's truth. I am Bohemian prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. And the bleeding royalty card, are ya? Typical. There's the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's place. And with that, I would like to switch back to my non-transparent box because I can't read the text very well that way. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony in the interests of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. I didn't get to hear her finish speaking, did I? Oh, that's what she wants. Wait, sorry, I should have read his new statement. It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure, I'm a proud Bohemian prince. All these questions, all these... Why does the U go V? Trying so hard. I'm making me boring. I think you mean bored. And gosh, it's very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Gazo, it is very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all Bohemia. But I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them. Hush! What an arrogant little kid. One zaboom, please. Here you go, your highness. Friendly or international incidents are so easily resolved. And that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom. Perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No, I did not see the explosion. Myself, however. Does he have, like... What kind of accent does he have? Is it supposed to be, like, Italian? I'll be honest. What do Italians sound like again? Accents are never at, like, the forefront of, in my brain. They like enunciate like the ending of like the words. Right? Is it Italian? How to do an Italian accent? Thanks, Google. I think what's funny is that I did take Italian for like a year. I guess you could say a year. Technically a year and a half, but I say only a year, like even less so in school. So if I would try to hold on, could I count to can I count in Italian? I want to make sure that I'm not like pronouncing like the wrong language of numbers though, because I always fucking hear it differently. Uno, due, tres, cuatro, cinque, sei, sette, otto, nove, nove, and then 10, and then 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I don't remember 15. But even though I took Italian for a year, I just can't for the life of me. Like, no matter the accent, no matter what accent it is, not just Italian, I always forget what it sounds like. I just don't remember accents for the life of me, I don't know why. Because everyone just sounds the same to me. Like, I know that if someone is speaking English and then they very clearly have an accent, I'll just be like, oh yeah, okay, I guess English was like their first language, or like they're speaking, like that's just speaking with an accent, but I never pursue what exactly the accent is. And I've just always grown up that way, and now it's like biting me back in the ass. If I search up his name, will people tell me if you should. I forgot I can't look at people. I'll just take that out. It's completely fine. Here, I can only view people here. I understand. You don't need to rail my ass about it. Fuck's sake. My first accidental fucking present. Oh. This is Balthar. Okay, let's hope that this doesn't accidentally fucking like spoil me. Trying to not look at pictures. I'm gonna search it up on Reddit with the Reddit thing, because Reddit is usually where they like talk about There's nothing to say about Balthazar, except that he is Italian and he looks like Mario. Okay. I guess he does have an Italian, like, accent. I know Italian can't help you with this one. No! It's just myself! Oh no! Oh, that's fine. I don't think anyone in chat has... actually, I don't think many people from Europe come across my streets. To be fair though, I feel like my time frame for Europeans isn't the greatest. It has to be like a little bit later, isn't it, for Europeans? If it's for EU like watches. Hold on, I can feel my shoulder hurting. What the heck? Posture check. posture check? I'll quickly take a painkiller because I'm scared. I'm scared that's just going to like interrupt my focus. That's gonna be two drowsy medication pills. Hopefully they cancel each other out. So it is supposed to be Italian. Because I kind of picked up on it with the O, but I wasn't too sure. I really can't tell. So we've got. He doesn't say anything about like being Italian. We assume that he is of like British. Oh, whatever, it's fine. Someone with an Italian accent, and then we have someone from Bohemia. Oh dear. When was the last time that Bohemia was mentioned in the game? Was it mentioned in Investigations, if I remember correctly? There was a country that was mentioned in Investigations, but I just I can't remember. Let's ignore this. This was accidental. I'm gonna be stuck with 4 things, but if I ever take an L later, it doesn't count, okay? I don't remember the last time I saved either. It was before it presents, so it would have been way too late. I'll save now. I can't fuck up again. It's too embarrassing otherwise. Hey. We need to press this one? Have we pressed this one?
Hold it!
Oh, his hat is like a little balloon. I didn't even notice. Did you see that actually happen? Hell, no. In reality, I did not. So after it hit the tower, was a grand confusion. Goddamn. Confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are, his livelihood. I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though, I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. Gina, please, tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. So cute.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Huh? 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨? How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, wasn't I? Right. Because I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell ya. Amazing. I don't think you should be saying that. Greg said it's gonna rip a new one into you after the trial. Poor Inspector Gregson. Anyway, I can see the cage that well because of all the smoke. I don't really want to see, to be honest. All scared out of me wits. Get together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. What if it was actually some kind of sit-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The 2 explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. Is it the rubber thing that we have on us? The green balloon? I'm gonna find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Vroom. Vroom. Did balloons sound like that?
Objection!
I didn't mean to present it! I wanted to examine it! Ah! Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, at least the game logs it, even if you open up the save file again. I'll just go through it again just in case.
Hold it!
going to save one more time. I can't be tripping like this. A, not Y! So if we're assuming green thing, is it this? Would this be one of the balloon bits? Where did we find it again? We found it at the under the experimentation stage. Okay, excuse me, I need to press this one again. Because I don't know if this was the statement we weren't able to finish last time, or if it was the one that was updated. Looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky, and there was nothing there before. What appears out of the flames, a cage, that's what. The description sounds like a moment after the man was beamed instantaneously through space. Mind blowing, isn't it? That's the 20th century for you, I reckon. We still can't do that, but we're doing our best. The people who actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes really believe they saw something miraculous taking place.
Hold it!
Let me press this again. Oh, okay. I was trying to remember if this was helpful, but no, it was just a... It was just a fight. There wasn't really any progress with that statement. Did not see the explosion myself. Crashed into the crystal tower. Fuck. Wait, is there also fire coming? I didn't see that was animated. Look at his hat. What is that? Isn't that more impressive? What the fuck? Let me press out the statements again. Not much else could be really said. What if it was a trick, you say? Proof? What is proof that it could have been a trick? A fireball. I can't really... All the dialogue here should be the same. It won't be updated or anything like that. Could I have presented the green thing here? The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. You can go inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. So rather than this statement, because I'm pretty sure I accidentally presented the green thing here. Right? But we don't know if it was a balloon. Can we really present that it was... That was something else that we're supposed to be presenting. I can try. Like, if it's wrong, I'll just take that as the accidental L that I gave myself. Not very confident on this one either. I'm not very confident lately for- Oh, maybe. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all three of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. Ah, I think it might be. See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope. Pardon. That is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you went in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of course was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, the green balloon did indeed explode that day.
Yeah.
All the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon. And your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. The balloon exploded that day. Why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience, how awful. Seems to me like those things crash 50% of the what? 50% of the time? 50% of the time anyway. Jesus. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion at the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept! Why not, Mr. Loon? You're suggesting that I am a liar! A person died in a balloon incident! No need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the soul of fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it! Balthazar Loon is not a liar! There's no such balloon in the sky, it is impossible! You're saying it's impossible, why? Because God has more important matters to discuss than the numbers of balloons that were operating that day. We cannot ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now, my lord. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah. Grazie. Grazie, my lord. Balloons to balloons! As I said, Balthazar Loon is no lie. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. Yeah, I can't get away with the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? Covers at the eye, I reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. Stupid Ragazar is mistaken! Huh? The balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway! But he was able to confirm that this is probably an envelope of a hot air balloon. Meaning, it might not be one of his balloons? Exactamento! Hey, if he even saw a balloon in the first place, I don't like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. A good mind to sue the land of Bohemia! You attacked us, we will fight back! It'll be war. All out war! What the fuck? What happened to all out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. The defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statement. The court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counts, you may now cross-examine. Make sure to not accidentally cause a war. It's just between a child and a salesman, though. I feel like it'll settle itself.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? No. I might not notice if I was giving 100 lentils and one was missing, but we're talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I can mistake about something so grand and expensive? Took a liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. But appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Miss Lestro could have been sent for such a menial task. What? Me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. He's saying kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss butted and said I'd have to go to himself. Yeah, you'd have to go to himself in that case. Cheetah! Must be skipping out of work with the excuse of being illiterate. Okay. It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Oh, okay. Sorry? Are you an idiot? It's like saying, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else? Ah! That must be Italian for I don't know. Oh wait, no, he is. It said here. It says here. He's Italian. Oh, apologies, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else. I can count to 14 in Italian, but I could not do an accent. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, my balloons are filled with magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air but highly explosive. Lord, I do not permit smoking the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas is not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. Oh, what's the matter with you? Signal, all that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion! I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day, I'm completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must... The Bohemia, like, accent is, like, slipping in. That is what happened. You must show me the proof. I'm not even trying to do an accent for him, but, like, I'm slipping in another fucking character's accent. Consistency! Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? I like when it also does it first. It looks like Quizzes.
Hold it!
I love this BGM so much. I'm surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, not picking stuff up on the ground, me. Always works out way better. Dive into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish on the floor. Thing is, though, the cage went crashed into the Crystal Tower, didn't it? That's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Listen to you. I stumble across a bit of a balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? You ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one. I could arrest ya with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at the meeting we had about the investigation. Huh?
Hold it!
There's considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the crews were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't kill over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. Seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed it torn piece of the envelope from balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions.
I'll be slapping all his fish and chips, eh? Man, so pleasure. Now none of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? See, Signal? I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know what that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage.
Sorry, Van Dykes. I'm so invested on the thing. You can therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloons flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree.
You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? That's such a good point! That's so ass! What the fuck? Oh no! Oh no, no, no! We don't have anything to reaffirm our belief that it was on the same day. Oh no! Oh no! Exactamente, as the signal says, it is not from one of my balloons. This ragazol. This fucking kid actually jump scares me. From Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. Oh, this is just like all the other Ace Attorney cases where the children get silenced.
Excuse me.
Fucking hell. Good to know. Every Ace Attorney game, the kids don't have a fucking say in anything. Or at least they keep getting fucking dismissed. The poor things. Fucking, what? We knew that Athena had to go through that. Did Miles have to go through it? Did he ever have to speak in court? I don't think so. Did Kay ever have to go through that? I'm trying to remember the kids that have appeared in Ace Attorney. Well, I knew it happened with Athena. We also had another case, didn't we? In Spirits of Justice? No. Yes, no, 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 no. In a DLC? I don't remember. Me memory is off. It's Master Wilhelm Gosrich Sigismund Ormstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Ah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear. I swear. I think it's easy, but it's not for me. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you'd like, but it changes nothing. If you don't have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents, punish you, eh? Perhaps I'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't say so? I have the photograph here. Good gracious, what? I've not been a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. You've not been in it for a while? Oh god, what the fuck? That's massive! I took lots and lots of photographs of the Crystal Tower of the Bohemian exhibit in the streets of London on the hot air cellars of the hot air cellars balloon. Fuck. The instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Ah! One picture. Oh, really? You did take one. What I wanted was a ride in the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph? Of course! And then you see that I'm not a liar.
Sometimes I really see a green balloon. I was gonna say, is it in black and white? Is it colored? Well, I see you are all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Perhaps you cannot see that was a green balloon from this photograph, but because I said so! But that's not my fault! That is the fault of the super person who makes the camera! Wow! Oh, fuck, there's a crying child in the trial! No! Anything but a crying child out in public. Someone, get the kid out of here. There's one very bohemian sounding cry. Yeah, it has accents and everything. Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. Thank you. Photograph of the balloon. I didn't get to see it for very long. A photograph taken by Gotts while he was riding in the balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took the shot. Oh, he's sniffing. Oh, it's not my fault. It's not the fault of, it's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, what exactly did you take that photograph? Let's take a look at it. We'll probably take a look at it in that moment, but let's take a good look at it now. What the fuck is happening here? Eh? There was no one in this balloon. There's a weird beam here, isn't it? Strange. So we can see Professor Hairbrain here. We can see the we can assume to be the victim. I already forgot his name. The financier. We've got a good crowd of people here, and I'm pretty sure out of all the people in the crowd, the only one that looks suspicious is this guy. This guy running about. There's not much else we can really see. Oh, we can see that this is pointing forward. No, this isn't pointing upwards. Well, I mean, this is before he got teleported. So we can see that the machine is like booting up. So it didn't snap upwards yet. The calculation was still correct at the time. Wait, was the argument that it wasn't positioned correctly from the start? Or did it malfunction and then changed courses? What was the argument here? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. Well, that was what we're assuming. You don't say. And I pressed the shutter release. There was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. So it was facing correctly. If you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you picked up. The thought Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. Young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon. Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. What was the statement with the updated thing? This one? Right, I need to press these two statements again because those extra dialogue. It doesn't really get anywhere to be honest, but I just want to cover all my bases just in case.
Hold it!
Maybe it was Gina's statement?
Hold it! Hold it!
But the prince took a photograph as proof. It's supposed to will. Oh, we get it, we get it, we get it. Well, your royal blood will not help you here, Ragazza. See, it is a balloon, but here is nothing more than what does this just mean, kid? Lad. It means lad. Ragazzo. Ragazzo. See, this is a balloon, but there is nothing more you can see from this black and white photograph. Just look at my head. That is the loon balloon. The best in business. Let's try not to get overinflated. The point is this. Here we have clear photographic proof that in the sky above the experimentation stage, there may have very well have been a balloon operated by somebody other than you, Mr. Loon. Who was it? I want to know. Who was this mongrel? With no respect for the boundaries. Jesus fuck. Can we press that there wasn't anyone in the past? It wasn't pressed. That's the only thing that I'm really picking up, that there wasn't a passenger in that balloon. Land safely, if that's the ground. You can't get away with the bird up face. There's probably some debris from the explosion. Guess we'll save you. That's the only thing that's different. There's nothing else really here that... Can I examine this again? Is it updated? Not really. It's the same thing. Yeah, because this wasn't really updated to be... Oh, yeah, it wasn't updated to be a balloon piece, even though we're all kind of on in agreement that it is a piece of the balloon. Hot air balloon.
Objection!
Yes? Unfortunately, the photograph Mr. Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. What? It shows that the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. Oh! To see that for pleasure! For seeing the view, my balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the picture balloon isn't one of them. When the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. A mysterious green balloon. Ah, I know nothing, niente! I can only tell you one thing. This balloon was not carrying passengers and was not one of mine. Wait, the way it actually inflates.
Objection!
Inflates and deflates. There are legal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing.
Easy. The competition. The competition tried to steal my profits.
I did not notice because the experiment that went wrong on stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Wait, beamed? Would that have been a beam? No, it doesn't really make sense. What is this? It just seems so out of place. Something's going on. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of a balloon rained down. But because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. Mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly has nothing to do with the case. I was gonna say, I think that's the quietest that I've heard the jury, and I'm very scared. We're gonna get whipped in the ass, and the jury is finally gonna have a say in something. They've all of our previous, like, jurors have been very adamant on their decisions. Like, they would have done it by now. It hasn't happened yet, and that only scares me. That means we're gonna have to do the summation examination soon. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. Prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. I don't think any of them really give a fuck. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it?
There's more, but I don't know if it's correct. I think it's the direction of the fucking beam that's important. But that doesn't mean anything. Well, I mean, it means something to me in the fact that that he wasn't beamed upwards. Like, the experiment wasn't a success. Even though everything went according, well, if
Objection!
Incorrect.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph of Mr. Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? Oh! Look at a vital clue!
Objection!
My face is so funny. Well, we're past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. So tell the court.
What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? Huh?
The balloon's owner, the balloon's color, the cause of the explosion. Huh? The balloon's owner, the balloon's color, the cause of the explosion. Can you say the cause of the explosion? What? Maybe this is someone shooting? What are the chances that someone underneath that smoke was shooting something towards the balloon and then exploded? I don't know where this is going! If it's wrong, I've saved. It's fine. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right! It was not my fault! Evidently, because the bird carried from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection.
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires close examination.
Counsel for the defense, you would highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court.
No, but I'll try.
If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have.
What? The crossbow? That's it says.
In a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion.
Unbelievable! So it has to be the crossbow because no one knows about the crossbow. Oh! Ah! Ah!
The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is...
Oh! Oh! Do I do that or do I do? I mean, you what? I'll save again. I was scared I couldn't save in here. Sometimes it does that. It's the paranoia speaking.
Take that!
Yes? The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice that a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon.
More likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I don't think lens flares work like that. I'm afraid I can't see nothing of the sort.
If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is.
I didn't see it. Goodness, what is that?
Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning?
But it could have been a finer day. Maybe we may be looking at fire. Ball of fire heading straight for the balloon like an arrow.
Indeed, even to my aging eyes it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
It's absurd! The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen.
What evidence?
I love when he does that face. It means that we're in a good direction. If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man.
What evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
Take that!
This was found at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good Lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately?
Blimey, you're right! That shikala in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Explosion of the balloon, it was very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow and igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition. The aim was to cause the balloon to explode. The shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
The noise of the discharge, of course.
That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile would be fired at the balloon silently.
Well, a lot more silent during an explosion anyways.
Oh yeah, if someone had a gun shot off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. The big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all of this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Japanese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued,
Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what?
My goodness me. Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. Amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. This is... Good grief!
That child is tiny. I know, because it's a child, for fuck's sake.
Couldn't fully process that until that moment. This is ludicrous, what you've described as no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic.
For both Mr. Sholmes and Iris, the experiment was a scientific impossibility, in which case this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception.
Jury number 3.
All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage and to front the show as a body double.
Yes, of course. So in fact,
Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
that balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything inside it would have been scattered to the four winds and exploded. No one would have ever embarked on such a risky adventure.
Unnecessarily, the explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Jury number 4? Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered.
The mixture ratio?
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns that would be unavoidable. Not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible.
Oh, we've got some smart juries here. Jurors.
So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
I'm so sorry, Hairbrain!
Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, then it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. Ow! This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zykes can't credibly maintain that Professor Hairbrain is a suspect now.
I was gonna say, please don't be Hairbrain.
You're so damn predictable, you bitch! Silence! Silence the man now! Stop him! Someone! No!
a second investigation! Get me out of here!
Was it Naruto? I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Professor?
But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry?
What's all this about, Mr. Hairbrain?
I, Robert Hairbrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? Order! Defendant, explain the sudden confession. Professor Hairbrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate plan, a prank. But where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would be all over. A beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it! It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you just let me... Huh? Barak?
Yes?
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Lipanese friend.
What?
In his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation or Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved.
Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? What Professor Hairbrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's requests but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust.
You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend?
It's because I don't have a friend with me. It's just him. Me, myself, and I. Someone come next to me!
Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Japanese mind?
Hey, for anyone that has learned a second language, yes, that shit does actually happen. Excuse me, Mr. Naruto. There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. To give up something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... This sucks, wow. Okay, so I feel like there's either one, a level of the choice of illusion up here, because that likes to happen, or if it's a case of, well, you do actually have one shot of this, and if you choose the wrong one, the game will just end. But in the spirit of taking things seriously, because this is an immersive gaming experience, proper scientific invention or a conjuring trick. If I had to choose, I would betray. I feel like this is the majority of people's choices, but I would have to choose a conjuring trick. Because at the end of the day, as a lawyer, you're... The man wants to protect his hypothesis, but that hypothesis isn't gonna go fucking anywhere if he dies. You know? It'll just be a secret for literally no one. Because one of them has died, and it's on the, what, as far as I'm concerned, only the engineer knows about it. But Hairbrain is the one that wrote the entire thing up. If he wants to protect it, he needs to be alive to see it being protected. I also think this could be a trick question. We could be like, it's a proper invention, because I'm still on my brain with the whole fucking this being beamed forward. But we know that wasn't the case, because when we went to examine the explosion, the beam was facing upward. So it did change positions. We can check it in a split second before the explosion occurred. But it shouldn't be a possibility. I trust Iris and Sholmes, as far as I'm concerned. Only explanation is that it was that it was fake. Oh my god, I hate this so much. Didn't Iris say she had a surprise for us? Can she come now? Iris! Save me from my predicament. Please! Can I choose this one just to see how the game ends? Please? I've saved, right? I'll save again. How many people would have chosen this option? If it's not a lot, I'll do it. Worst case scenario, the illusion, the illusion of choice comes into play here. You know? That's not the option I chose. No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me, and I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's, what can I protect? Hello again, Miss Naruto. It's been far too long. Susato-san! But Hiya! Susato like that! Guys, I'm sweating. Her appearance actually started making me sweat. Hold on, let me clip up my hair. This shit is getting serious now. My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk, Mr. Naruto. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand.
Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Hairbrain.
Ah, yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now.
I love the illusion of choice. Oh, wait. That's his fourth break now? So you finally opened your eyes.
What?
And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. I thought he was playing a little bit differently today. It's because of that little talk they had in the prison. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Barrock! Lord Van Zykes. Gosh, never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. Beg your pardon! Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Tall? Taller than me, and thinner than me. Oh, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me too. Monocle, rather stylish, black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right. Miss Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨? Am I saying his name correctly?
Does his name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. A name any scientist wishes to hear demands an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but staged trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. Magicians in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned 𝐢𝐧𝐹. Pronunciation. Enoch. Americans pronounce it as Enoch. Enoch, and then it's Enoch. Well, we're in Britain, so I'll stick with the British pronunciation. Enoch. 𝐢𝐧𝐹. 𝐢𝐧𝐹's name before. Man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's 𝐢𝐧𝐹 for you. I already just for that split second, I did forget how to pronounce his name, despite searching it up. Oh, this proves to be quite the situation. So it's true then. My invention, my great invention, it was a grand illusion. Considering what
we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one believed it, I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you are so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. At the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, then a work of deception, and everything I'd worked towards, all of my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at that prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. Never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means for fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really didn't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for the Scientific Equipment Act?
Yes. Please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
Oh, Susator's actually real. Sorry. I was just gonna say, man, I feel so bad for Hairbrain, and then I looked over at Susator and thought, oh my gosh, she's actually there. That was like a figment of our imagination. Oh, the poor professor though. Everything he's worked up until was all used just for the sake of just stealing money. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zykes?
My lord.
The court has newly been made aware of another party's involvement in this matter is critical.
Yes, Mr. Drebber.
Get information about the man if possible. I should like him served with Saponia.
With pleasure, my lord.
Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
Am I to hear that the judge sounds to be on the professor's side? Because if the supposed rumors of the engineer is true, then Professor Hairbrain deserves his justice. Well, at least one justice after everything that's gone down. 1:36 p.m. Defendant's antechamber. Oh fuck, that scared me.
Sonarodo. Ah, yes. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. How did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry.
Did you really have no idea, Professor?
About what Mr. 𝐢𝐴 was really up to, I mean. About what he was really constructing. Naturally! That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis! All my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it! Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do we do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. What was that? Wait, I'll drink water. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruto. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Runa, so it would be a surprise. Well, did it work?
I was surprised, alright? Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future.
Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. We made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial.
I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I can contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh? Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. You're too kind, Mr. Naruto. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikaba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion.
Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait.
She's back!
Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn.
Ah, who gives a fuck? I'm happy. She's back!
I'm so happy.
Susato-san is back with us.
Well, that was the first trial. I guess I was correct in the fact that, there will be a second investigation. Might be a long one, though. I'll see how much of it I can do now. Hi, Apollo! How are you? You got to a good point of me screaming. I think that was the most that I screamed that entire trial, too. 2:41 PM, Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oopsie, I accidentally clicked out. This room, it's been too long. Hasn't changed in the slightest, though.
And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to say so familiar.
I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true.
So is your father alright, Susie? What happened?
My father? Yes, Professor Mikaba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why he went back to Japan. Because the telegram you received saying he's fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. So surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy.
I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident, that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science
Symposium. Wait, International Forensic. That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to your Iris.
Oh?
You must tell us everything. It happened while you were back in Japan.
Yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About... you know who. About 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨.
I know. Tell you all that I can.
She's back! Iris, I was gonna say, is her desk here? But Iris just makes it. I'll cry. And cry. Oh, she's back. I'm so happy.
Good, you? I'm doing great.
The end of the trial, maybe it's like sweat profusely though. But overall, my mood is great. I do not like the feeling of the sweat, and I have half a brain to like blast my aircon again, but that's very wasteful. I'll just try to fan myself. I think I'm also running out of water. Shall we take a quick break now? Because the investigation might go for a while, so I should go refill on some water first. Might be a good idea. Okay, we're gonna do a quick 5-minute break. Just so that I can refill on my water, since I feel like investigations almost always introduces a bunch of characters, and that just means my voice is gonna get butchered to the moon. So, should refill in some water. Alright. Everyone else, also get your hydrations as well. Get a snack, because strap in, I feel like this is gonna be a long investigation. Alright.
I'll see you guys in 5. The water boils in time, anyway. predictably.
My water did well for too long. I think it's because I put too much water in it.
Actually, you know what? It's fine because I only realized that both my drink bottles was
Empty. I'm drinking lots of water today, which is strange. I'm usually not one to always to drink lots of water. Which I shouldn't be saying that. Everyone, make sure to hydrate. I can't be saying that. That's such a bad example. Setting a bad example. Don't say. No. Everyone, I'm drinking an appropriate amount of water every day, like a good human. Good human. Yeah, I've got my hydration. Both my hydrations. I'm pretty sure I put too much hot water in this one, so I might. That one over there. Keep this one closer. Unfortunately, I don't have any snacks, but if anyone else have snacks, please don't mention it because it'll make me hungry. I'll get jealous. Alright, we are back. All strapped in. I'm going to... Hold on. No, I was not meant to... Okay. There you go. I was gonna move my cursor away, but then my controller wasn't working for some reason. Okay, we're going to examine the room first and then talk to Susato. I'm gonna see if Susato... Yes, it is. Never mind.
You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see.
It was wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas.
It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It can be a matter of life and death.
Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me.
Oh, well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up. Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruto.
Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors. But it is Susato-san's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do.
I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London.
Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully.
Oh, Mr. Naruto, you would, wouldn't you?
Gives me a warm glow inside for some reason.
They're so cute! I miss their dynamics so much.
My heart is full. Watching them interact again. I didn't sneak a family pack of Snickers and a family size pack of bars into my room. Why did you say that?
No!
Bro, out of all the chocolates that I've been craving recently, it's literally the only reason that I've been craving this is because at my workplace we had Kit Kats in the staff room, and so I snagged one because it's been so long since I've eaten a Kit Kat, and the second I ate that Kit Kat, my brain was just like, I only want to eat this for the next 2 weeks or something. Now I'm just craving chocolates. I hate this. Why would you say that? I haven't had a Mars in so long. I'm going to kick you. I'm going to kick you out the stream. That is the punishment you deserve. What do I say? Keep quiet. Shush. The audacity of some people. Well, if you're gonna say that, you have to share now. I say this as if anytime I've brought a snack into the stream, I've never shared it. As if I've ever shared anything before. Well, I shared it once, and that was on my anniversary stream. That was the only time. But it was my anniversary. It was the second, the 2-year anniversary. That really makes sense. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always.
You really must tidy it all up, Miss Naruto. No more excuses.
Mrs. Sato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences.
In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed.
Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Get starred on, buddy.
I see your Dharma still has only one eye filled in.
Well, we agreed that it's something we do together, didn't we? We could do it right now if you like. I'd be happy with that.
I rather like the anticipation.
Why did the word just escape my brain? Anticipation.
I think, Miss Naruto.
You know what people anticipated in that moment? Me trying to pronounce the word.
That was taken when I left London, wasn't it? I have the same photograph on display in my room at home in Japan, you know?
I wondered if we'd ever all be together again, to be honest.
Oh, you know, so did I. But here we are, and I'm quite sure there's a reason we've been brought back together.
Can't deny that having Susato-san back again makes me feel as though fate has something big in store for us.
The photo they took, we were even get to zoom in and take a look at it closer. Why? That's unfair.
Pretty sure that's it for the side of the room. Just making sure.
You can't do this to me. Yeah, I can.
I got a P.O. box.
I'll send you a singular Kit Kat. I was gonna say, yeah. Don't do that, because we're going into summer now. The poor Kit Kat is gonna be fucking taken by the sun before I can get to eat it. Actually, you know what? Don't do that to the poor Kit Kat. Poor Kit Kat shouldn't have to die like that. Less so my own enjoyment of eating a Kit Kat. The poor Kit Kat will be suffering more than anything.
Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it?
I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruto. It's not a spade, it's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
No, spades are for digging, and that's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel.
The Great Spade Shovel War rages on. Okay, I'm pretty sure that was it. I forgot that the spade had the stepladder situation to it. Okay. And we have little iris over here. Your room through there should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited.
Of course not. And the iris is allowed in my room.
No doubt I'll be hearing you two. You're going away in there again then.
That's cute. They have their little get-togethers in Susato's room.
I'm so pleased to see all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium.
Yes, the prawns are still swimming, and the they're still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. Like part of the family now.
I don't suppose I'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker.
I think that was it. Oh, the table. Welcome back, Penta.
Okay, we'll be reduced to the wafer part. Yeah, exactly. It won't even be a chocolate anymore. It will just be like a biscuit.
I left your desk completely untouched, Miss Susato, so it will be ready for you whenever you return.
It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruto. Whatever next? Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? Really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too.
Well, that's how it should be after all.
Oh dear, I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming.
Must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it the Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mrs. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? And you wouldn't tell me. How'd you come to know it?
Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time.
Oh?
I'm only sorry I had to keep it from you for so long, Iris.
The music's changed! Wait, I haven't even talked to Susato yet! Should I do that first before I do the Hound of Baskervilles? Tio, let's talk to you first because I feel this we need to go through this first. That's too crucial of the plot. We're skipping a bit. Well, let's wait.
When I first arrived in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of 𝐢𝐧𝐼.
Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie?
Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice.
Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it, don't you, Reno?
Yes, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache can hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris.
There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikroba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. A very large dog collar we found with a bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it is, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets.
Oh, Susie.
It's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris, sir. Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikroba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? Judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Miss Naruto. Last year, at the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours, when you were accused of murder.
Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. if I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life.
Well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead.
Well, about this symposium, it seems as though Lord Strongheart has put an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what father said anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Does Professor Mikaba knows Lord Strongheart personally then? I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it.
How trying for you.
𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
Extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of 𝐢𝐧𝐼 didn't actually exist.
Did it exist? But how can that be?
It was a
I can't say the word.
Fuck.
Pseudonym. It's the S! Pseudonym.
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Sheen, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
A front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss Sheen. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why, or even how, she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense! It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere! How could that woman have been... What could that woman have been up to?
I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
Now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remains unanswered.
I'm afraid so.
Sheen. Who on earth was she? Why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Huh? You did? Who? Where? The first video with just me in the video wasn't very good. Aw. Kind of scared my own microphone. As in, the microphone wasn't working out? Or or something else. Aww. Don't worry, my first video was also... I feel like bad is an understatement. No, you got this, Penta. I feel like it takes a few tries, so hang on. You got this. After my friend's... Oh, I forgot. She had... her first trial had a friend. Will we ever get to see her again? Probably not.
After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
Oh, this asshole. Know the truth, I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, and that he'll never... Punk.
Obviously, I can ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
And what did you learn?
After he died in the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been?
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
What? Kazuma's body vanished? He's alive!
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Did Professor Mikutaba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
But I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden?
The Kazuma mystery, he's alive!
Well, I mean, that or his body is being, like, abused somewhere, which I would like to think otherwise.
No, he's alive! He has to be alive! But we saw him die at the steamship. Well,
Rinosuke didn't. You know what? Because it was Rinosuke's point of view that I can't trust anybody else, and I'm under the belief that he's alive. Because we didn't see his body. We did not see his body. I don't care what everyone else says. I am under the belief that that man is still alive. I am going to live by it. I refuse to believe that this man was given a fucking 3D model only for him to die in the next case. I refuse. Also, he's so crucial to Rinosuke's backstory that it feels so fucking dumb for him to just die like that. No! No!
thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Bureau were definitely strange.
No, stop showing this photo. It makes me so sad.
I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we?
Could it be that he's actually still... Stop it, Mr. Naruto. It's too much to bear.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Just thinking about the possibility pains me. So very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruto. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
You're right.
So, if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mrs. Sholmes had lied to us. There's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I suppose that's true, yeah.
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me.
Oh, Mrs. Sato. No, she's given the idea the thought it deserves. This is the son we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now.
Man, I'm just sad. Alright. Crucial plot point. Feels like I don't know what to say. I know that a lot of people script out things for their YouTube videos, if that helps. I've never like made a full video before for something like that since what, all of the all the videos I have on the channel at the moment are like clips from streams, so they don't really count. Try a script, or at least like if not just like a full out script, but like dot pointing at least, like a general idea of what you want to say out, and then expanding from there if it helps, if it makes it easier just to say things. Other than that, I'm afraid I do not have the best advice. Hound of the Baskervilles.
It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." What?
My Baskerville story?
Of course. I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Sato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father!
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand?
But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. When I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain. He refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you.
Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
So, Mr. Naruto, I'm ready to start investigating if you, I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mrs. Sato. I expect nothing less, to be honest.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Trevor, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick.
Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it. Well known in the fields of science and magic.
Then, we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yeah. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police or a great detective.
I especially guess who she might be thinking of. We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. Let me know later how you got on, won't you?
That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Guess we can just move now.
Oh, a lovely little office. What wonderful memories I have from this place. Mr. Sholmes' suite is just as it was when I left.
Don't believe we've visited this place for some time. So we require that at the moment.
Haven't been here yet, have we? I'm rather excited about it.
Okay, let's go down to the suite. Guys!
Nice. Shall we examine the entire room again for the nth time, even though most of the dialogue is probably the same? I sure will. Finally managed to remember this behemoth's name. The Great Analytoscope.
I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it?
Oh, is that right?
Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that's giving me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy at last.
Don't even joke about it, Mr. Soto. You are joking, aren't you? Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. Still heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole ground. Oh, it's the same dialogue. Epitome of Mr. Sean's brilliant. She said this before. Checking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my room finally gave. Hey, Jesus Christ. Epitome of your disarray. This is Shom's famous violin, the one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What was it called again? Or shoddy something?
Yes, this wonderful instrument features in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius.
What?
Stradivarius.
Listen, that hold on. Stragovorus.
Are you even trying now?
We'll come back to this another time, I think. It's been 6 months. What do you mean? My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mrs. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table.
Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers?
It is. So you'd think that they'd treat him with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it.
Oh no!
I suppose something must have been frustrating him.
What a shame to mistreat furniture, though. Was it damaged?
The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes.
Oh dear. That is a painful tale.
I don't even know what to say, and I look forward to it. Yeah, I think you'll be fine, Penta. It takes time. I think it always takes time, anyways. Looking for a bit, waking up update 10 when it passed out to sleep. Been running on 5 hours over the past few days. Jesus Christ! Yeah, no, sleep is the better option. Go rest up, Apollo. Thanks for dropping by. Get some good rest. I hope you do sleep. You better be asleep. If I see you back in the stream again, I'm going to scold you. And if anyone else here is staying up, please do put your sleep first. Go rest up. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm, blanketed table is so comforting.
Do be careful, Miss Nardo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know.
I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. I think that dialogue is the same. I think the metal chest... I know that the metal chest is different because usually we have Iris in the room and then she'll say something. I think that's the first time we've investigated the metal chest with just us two after meeting Sholmes and Iris. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved.
It's one of my favorite parts of this room, full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since our last look. Now, there's a mysterious pince nose, a mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit.
I think that last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. Oh, we're also investigating this area without Iris, I guess. Ish. We have examined this room without Iris before, I think, though. Your Susato voice is pretty good. Thank you. I try my best. I feel like it goes missing every now and then, but she's with us. She's been with us for like the entire time. So I'm starting to warm up to it. You should have. Oh god, you should have heard me speak as her in the first game though.
I feel like it was very up and down. I finally got a good handle on it. But it takes a while for me to warm up to it. Especially now that she's back. Excuse me while I check the temperature of this water. Please don't burn me. Never mind. That sip is fine. That's all I need. It's still too hot. I always fuck up the proportion. Yeah. Ow! The hot water and warm water proportions when I pour in my water.
That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little bottles she squeezed onto the shelves.
Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles too. The labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads deadly poison.
Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know.
Just try to avoid any bottles labeled deadly poison or highly explosive. I forgot about the explosive bottles. I remember Iris told us that Sholmes tried to drink one, or did drink one.
Iris's pretty little tea set is set up beautifully as ever. Look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea.
Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk?
Oh, listen that, Hodo? You do overthink things at times.
He's taking it personally. This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look.
Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say.
What? Little figures can speak?
All your questions would be answered if only you would read this month's Randus magazine.
So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. Wait, is it like her own little language? If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter.
To think that every single word of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. It's such a dreamy thought.
I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. I think that's the same dialogue.
Ruining my dreamy thoughts.
But as far as I'm concerned, everything else should be the same. Just very few updated dialogues, but it was updated, so, you know, it was worth it to an extent. Where are we going? To find the guy? Prison? Oh my god! They gave him a chalk.
Cell 11.
What's he doing?
He's... Oh my! The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations.
And he's still writing more now.
Professor! Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Miss Naruhodo? And who is this young lady?
My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Miss Naruhodo's jitsu assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I'd met a friend refined. Hold on, I need to gear myself up for this. Hold on, I'm changing my seating position yet again. Oh no. If only I'd met a refined young woman like Kisuna. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh, no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot!
Professor 𝐼𝐴, what have you been working on in your cell?
You mean that? How embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see? And I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe. Oh, no. Actually, this is my autobiography.
Your autobiography?
How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Harebrain. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth and odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure.
I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled. I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asmund and by the aloof engineer driver.
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all those equations, are we? Hold on, I'm gonna take off this glove. I feel myself sweating. I hate it. Why am I getting so put up? Please excuse the aircon. I feel like just for the investigation, it's fine. If it's during a trial, I try to leave it off so that we can get immersed in the thing. But for investigating, these voices are gonna destroy me.
This morning's trial.
Oh, let me move this actually.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asmund, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
In court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong! Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
You believed in me this morning, you know? Warlock did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No. Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
Oh, I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution of my trial, I mean.
Oh? Van Zyke's motivation.
After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow here. I'm not lying. Ever since we've talked about the fucking snacks, I can't stop thinking about a snack, but we didn't have a snack. We don't have a snack in the kitchen. I can't eat anything. I want to eat something now. I want chocolate too. Do I have it? I don't. Ugh. It plagues me. The chocolates plague me. Can I run off? Can I run off quickly and triple check? Double check? Quadra check? Hold on. Having this text right here when we're talking to a professor, well, an eccentric professor really doesn't help my case, does it? I want something. I want sugar, even though I literally had a coffee, but that's different.
I'll be back. I'm going to scavenge my fucking kitchen for something. Hopefully my room cools down with the aircon while I'm looking around. I'll be very quick. I'll be right back. now. My room is too cold. I hate spring with my entire fucking being. These damn temperature shifts is too much for me. Just cause I get a little bit hot, then I turn on my aircon and I get too cold. Anyways, my venture for chocolate was unfounded. So frankly, I'm very sad. But I do have a bowl of mandarins on me. So I'm just going to be peeling these and eating them during the investigation. So excuse me for this pause. Hold on, I haven't peeled one yet. I had to go eat one just in case, like, it's not like, it's still edible. I ended up just eating standing there and eating a whole one. That I brought a bowl with me back. Pick. Jesus Christ. I have 4 with me. I'm going to peel one of them now. Imagine leaving for chocolate and then coming back with a bowl of fruit. Speaking of, you know how people like dip like chocolate, like their fruit into chocolate? I can't deny, I'm not really a big fan of that. Like, I thought it would taste really nice, but I don't know, it just didn't hit it for me. I'm under the belief that maybe it's because, like, the chocolate that I've dipped the fruit into isn't that great. Like, all the times that I've had to dip chocolate, or most of the times that I've dipped chocolate into, or fruit into chocolate, sorry, like, why I keep doing it the other way? Was that like a buffet or something? It'd be a pretty high-end buffet. Yeah, this one tastes like shit. I'm still gonna eat it. It's a waste now after I took the effort to peel it. Yeah, this is the kind of person I am. I will be playing with one hand, by the way. Can I get my thing that connects my controller so that... Ah, no, it's fine. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. My game is not, wait, I forgot. I need to take off the text anyways. Not clicked into my game. If any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Baroque, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been fate worse than death for me. But Baroque insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all money trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole rebus side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea?
Mr. Esmond.
Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say that does seem likely, yes. I mean, it's a lot more awkward than I thought, handling 2 controllers in one hand. Surprise! I know! When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. Question to people that have eaten mandarins. How do you feel about the white bits? What's your take on the white bits? My personal take is that it really depends on the day. Some days I'm very like sensory driven, so it would piss me off tasting it. But most of the time, I actually don't mind it. And by sensory, I mean either like the actual like texture and the taste of it like annoys me, or I don't like looking at it. And I also have like, I also get like a sense of, oh, this one's bad. Oh, why did I bring that one? The fuck? Squishy. I think this one's still good to eat. But I don't know about anyone else, but when you peel that shit, when you peel all the white bits off, it's kind of satisfying. Like, it's satisfying to look at. You know, you think with someone with nails like me, peeling this would be fine, but I'm scared that I'll just go too deep and then I'll just burst it open. I don't want juice everywhere. Nice! Fucking exactly like that. I burst it open. Fuck's sake. Alright, let me quickly eat one. Are you not overripe? Are you still edible? That does not look edible. Yo. Oh no. Oh, you know what? I may be craving chocolates, but I'm not craving. Getting put off by food is a good fucking way of destroying your appetite. Unsurprisingly. Let's keep it that way, shall we? Excuse me while I dip. I don't like the wet feeling. I'm going to, hold on. We're going to butcher this. This is a way of cleaning my hands since I don't have any wet wipes on me. Can't help but be meticulous about these kinds of things. Guys, if you have a controller and you're eating something, make sure to always wipe your fucking fingers, because imagine cleaning your controller and seeing all these little bits. Isn't that disgusting? Isn't that unsatisfactory to feel? And see, and everything else in between. Especially, I'm saying this especially as someone that's cleaned their keyboard. I understand the gamer fucking grime. Ugh. Even saying that didn't feel pleasant. I understand, but let's at least be civil, right? Civil to an extent, please. Trying to put those out of view. I really don't want to look at them.
As the machine was essentially a set of decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It's a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. Go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's true Russian to believe.
It is, I agree. That's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐼 is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer.
Enoch!
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber, the engineer. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine, but at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist.
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts?
I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else.
Well, just once. I did visit his workshop.
Workshop.
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before?
Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. Drebber's workshop. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then?
Yes, just once you understand.
It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis. You see? Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Drebber there. Oh, yes, definitely. I'm sure, and I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry! I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mr. Sato? A machine for your next birthday? Machine?
Never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruto. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I didn't suppose you're not even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example?
Man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure he would. Oh! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look!
What? Let me see that.
Right, I gotta quit to the wind, why don't you?
Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
No. Oh, can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Drebber's card, Mr. Enoch Drebber's business card. Sorry, it shows only the man's name. There is no address. Thanks for trying, so let's at least take a look at the card, yeah? Oopsie. Oh, there wasn't anything there. It was just fake. This is a drawn-on business card. What the fuck is that? That's dark smudgy.
Perhaps it's machine oil.
Yes, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here.
Updated, there's a smear of machine oil on the reverse.
Goodbye, Giratina. Got to move you away. Alright, thanks for the help. Let's go to the chief's office. Wouldn't it be too busy. Is that Trevor? White hair. Oh my god. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Oh, she's kind of hot. You're the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. Have you thrown the entire government into disarray as a result?
Oh. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zykes is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear. I, didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation of the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it?
Oh!
They're pretty. There. So, wait. There's something. Something familiar about that little badge on the coat. No, I think no. Maybe. I mean, it's kind of identical to what Chief Justice has, but it's like a little bit warped. Who are they?
Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Oh, they're not a bad guy, are they? Well, shit. Even if they are, we love a morally great character. That or I have bad taste, but either is fine.
Who was that? Ooh. Yeah, Courtney's site. That was on the they're the one that examined thing.
Oh, they're coroner. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought of you as Drebber because of the white hair. I mean, if it was if he was here in the Lord Chief Justice's office and knowing that I was talking to Strongheart, that would have been very, very, very weird, huh? I'm sorry, Strongheart. I'm just very unsure about you. That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed Chief Coroner. She's leading the forensics investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see.
About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. Not enough time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Alright.
Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
It's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore.
Hey, we can actually talk to you? I didn't really expect to do that. Well, even though you only have 7 minutes, we'll be examining the room before we talk. You can read all those books even if you were reincarnating 6 times over. Will that say anything?
Thinking about it, Father's study is full of books that look as though they've never been read too.
Really?
Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see. And I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse them.
There's a phrase for that in Britain. People would say they saw him coming.
It makes me wonder if perhaps the vast number of books on the shelves in here are a sign of Lord Strongheart's overwhelming kind-heartedness.
I'm not sure you could afford to have a kind heart if you had to keep Lord Van Zykes in the line, could you? Fucking when you word it like that. Still glaring at each other across the carpet, I see her. In a way, they feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice's office.
I suppose. They're rather like the lion dogs that guard shrines in Japan.
They're the same dialogue. It's too human to be called lion dogs.
A dream of mine to keep 2 cats one day.
Feel as though we've gone off a bit of a tangent, don't you? Aw, since I thought with 2 cats would be so cute though. I always, what did I say the first game? Looking to the side and whatnot, I was always so convinced someone is gonna like appear, and every single time that's been like the case, it would be Sholmes, but he's never been here. That hasn't happened yet. So this office is quite literally here to psych you out. As ever, the enormous clock is diligently maintaining its rhythmical tick-tock today.
Watching machinery at work can be quite mesmerizing, can't it? Ironically, you can completely forget the time. What I particularly enjoy is watching the enormous wheels of a steam locomotive turning. When I was a little girl, grandmother often used to take me to watch the railway engines, you know.
It's an open fire for me. I could sit and watch the flames for hours.
Naruto, we can install one in the office. An enormous wheel, turned by an enormous steam engine.
Perhaps we could start with a simple fireplace. Sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think?
Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruto? With such a grand desk?
Who, me? No, I don't think so.
Oh?
Well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing the toilet. You'd have so far to go.
How true. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things.
I'm going to take that as a compliment. Usually not much to examine here. Like, there's really no reason for me to examine anything here, but I just want to talk with Susato.
Excuse me.
Just bought a Pokemon Violet. Maybe I'll make some video about it. Did you buy Pokemon Violet? The game, right? Ooh, have fun with it. You just reminded me that there's still a few things in the game that I haven't, like, finished. It took me so long to finish Pokemon Scarlet. Just because I was playing it with a friend and I always just got too busy. And then I kept putting it off. But I miss playing Pokemon game. So hi Leon, how are you today? How are you guys doing? I'm doing great. I'm going kind of crazy with the game though, but like overall great. Oh no, I need to make sure that I can actually see OBS because I feel like I didn't see that message. I was too caught up in the story. I need to be able to see something in the corner of my eye moving. The forensic investigation team. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now. Unofficially, of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
And next month's symposium intend to present results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt to the hills of fires of hell. Intend to see it personally. See to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially established the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mick at the bar.
Oh? Yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongarm? With Professor Mick at the bar, I mean. I'm gonna move my cursor. There's many mere It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikaba very well.
That's a extra dialogue.
This isn't gonna be a 7-minute conversation at all.
Me tired, aw. This will be the norm from now on. No, that sucks. I hope you're resting now, hopefully. Especially if you're in the stream now. I hope you're getting some good, what? Well-deserved rest while you can. But no.
Let me drink water. Nothing will top me having to voice Gregson again, and I really hope we don't see him. We probably have to, because we have to investigate, but sure. We'll see. My memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikaba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jikoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The what?
Punctiliousness?
The politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
I didn't think that you were.
Dr. Mikaba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there, as it happens.
Then, Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly, but I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikaba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years? It's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
Especially after fucking Suzuka was born.
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years?
It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh, perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why?
Well, clearly something was going on at the time.
Lord Van Zyks.
I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zyks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor. As the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right?
You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother, Clint Van Zyks, was murdered. It was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals had managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that whenever Barak Van Zyks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word! So Lord Van Zyks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother?
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Huh. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science, then?
Not in the slightest! In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you! Being able to look at is better than nothing! And I'll be able to see it too!
Your time is up! That was not 7 minutes! You have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
Very nice, isn't she? Extremely sorry to have troubled you when you're so busy, my lord.
Have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand.
Bye. New location has been added. Forensic laboratory. Okay. So, we visited all of these places up here. Unfortunately, we can't visit Van Zoics. I feel like it's very obvious to probably go to the experimentation stage. There's no reason for us to go here. I'm gonna go here first in case, just because there's probably no dialogue.
Oh my! No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Have you heard of a confectionery?
Being scared makes you crave sweets? I don't understand that. Okay, I'm getting cold now, so I'm gonna turn off my aircon. I've cooled down significantly, but I fear that my temperature will rise again because of the shitty fucking temperatures that we have here. What? Please. Hey, fever.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere.
That's strange. You should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Yeah, that's what I thought. I feel like we'll have to examine here anyways. From the looks of it, nothing's really changed. I want to quickly examine this though. Oh yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you?
The sign says it's the Madame Tussville special exhibit. Seems you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know, can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already.
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Let's examine everything. Fuck it.
Whoa, what a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in the grisly act.
I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer.
I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely.
And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance?
What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares.
Ah, we have a new theory. So cute. Save your throat. Don't worry, I'm taking good care of it. I am probably like forcing it a lot more than I should, but alright. That's why I'm here, to rest and chill a bit. Well, thank you for stopping by. I'm glad this space is a place that you can rest and chill, even though I'm usually very loud. Get some good rest. I just have to finish Pokemon Shining Pearl. How far are you in that? I know that it's quite long. Well, yeah, the new one anyways, because there's a lot more different content in it. Man, I miss Gen 4. I miss Gen 4 so much. I know how to go to the lake actually in the Pokemon Shining Pearl. Oh, I'm trying to remember oh, Lake Akuti, sorry. I'm trying to remember which one that is. Is that the one with the... yeah? Is the one with Mezelf? No, I don't remember the Pokemon's name. The blue one. All I remember is the blue one. I always forget all of their names. Damn, it doesn't say
say anything, but it looks like the blue one. This is just from my memory of playing the original like Pokemon Diamond or Pokemon Pearl. I played Pokemon Pearl. Pokemon Pearl and Platinum. Why no one is doing well lately? I feel like that's just how the year is. Like the end of the year, sorry, I mean. Especially last week. Last week, I'm pretty sure for half of the world, most of the world, was especially rough. But yeah. I feel like the end of the year is always just really stressful and all that for everyone. But with that being the case, I do hope your day gets better, Penta. It's not good. I wanna get spoiled. I'm stuck in a cave like 1.5 hours. Oh god, I felt that one. Yeah, it sucks trying to figure it out without a tutorial, huh? Surely if you search up like no spoiler tutorial, maybe that could help. Because I know there's always like a community of people that try to make like walkthroughs that don't spoil anything. So that you still get like the full blind playthrough experience, but if you are like genuinely stuck, you could use those. Like surely they have that for Pokemon, no? If not, I'm sure you'll figure a way out. I wish I remembered the Shino playthrough. I could have helped, but it's just been too many years. Hey, Pokemon old gen design. Really? They walk around the grass or cave randomly encountering Pokemon. Ah, yeah, that's just how the old format was for Pokemon. I get what you mean. There'll be some spots where you're forced to walk through grass, so I'm pretty sure the entirety of like every Pokemon game up until actually I don't know. I haven't played the later Pokemon series. Like other than Scarlet of course, but like anything before that and then after Black and White too, I don't know. But the fucking Meta was literally just always carrying max repels. Everywhere you go, just like 500 stacks of max repels. You can still see the Pokemon before I start catching it. Yeah, it was a very different format, and I think it was just because it's like open world, that's why. That also meant that the graphics of the game took a massive fucking beating. But that's fine. They can do better, I know they can. They just need to try. But I do like how it is because they took that format from Arceus. And in Arceus it's really good. I really liked how they did it there. Cause that's the open world experience. That's what makes it fun. Meanwhile, in the older games, it was just constant RNG. And as someone with horrible gacha luck, God fucking forbid. That's probably why that even though most of my childhood was playing Pokemon, I never actually invested that much time into like clearing Pokemon games to like perfection. I was too unlucky, even though I didn't have a very good concept of luck as a child. I felt it in my bones that it was a bad idea. Which is funny, because now I do actually have a grasp of the concept a lot better now, and I still continue to gamble, but not the point. This game could use the Jack the Ripper reference storyline. Surprise! Wait, no, I think they do. I'm pretty sure this is what this is. It was in one of the dialogues. I'm pretty sure it was in the last investigations. When I first went into the Wax Museum, there was something about... It sounded like a ripoff of Jack the Ripper. That, or maybe I could be mistaking it for like another video that I watched before. I think so. I can't remember. I might be gaslighting myself. I could be gaslighting. Don't take my word on that one. But I swear I saw something like that. I swear. I think it was for the Swag Museum. Because it does take a spin on it. Okay, well let me examine the entire area. If not, it's probably in the last investigation, the last stream, or I made it up, which I'm 90% leaning towards the latter, honestly. As far as I'm concerned, there's only one thing to examine here. And the same for here as well, I believe. Other than the man, I think. The man with the broken arm. I haven't been following lately. Always come late. No, that's fine, that's fine. No. You don't have to apologize, that's fine. I know that a lot of like parts of the story not many people fully follow. You don't have to worry about it. Hell, if anything, a lot of these like small references, even though I've examined them, these are very like passing things that you like examine and investigate. So it's fine, don't worry about it. Hell, even I can't remember. I don't even know if I'm speaking the truth, so don't worry about it, Leon. Now, old policeman isn't here now, obviously. So I can't believe he just happened to be on the jury there.
I had understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you?
Insane luck, one would say.
This one's posture reveals his weakness.
Sorry?
Killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. Quite sure I could see him off with a Susato takedown, and a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash.
Right.
And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him.
A Susato slam?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate.
Absolutely not. Was it this one? Was this one the one with the Jack the Ripper?
There's a stepladder there. Look.
Oh, yes, this stepladder.
I think perhaps I should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong?
Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? The top rung! For having wrung your hands through every debate about ladders. I got an achievement for that. I think I'm stuck in the cave. And how the hell did they have a fog in the cave? Oh, so that's what's blocking you? Oh, that does sound familiar, but I can't pinpoint how to get out of that. Hopefully that, or if you know someone that can help you search up like a tutorial without like spoilers, maybe. That, or you're gonna have to take the risk and hope that you don't spoil yourself. I think there is a way to get out of the fog. Or get through the fog. That's like the one thing with Pokemon games. Unless you're like adamantly following what's going on, like the whole time, sometimes you miss where you're supposed to be going. Because there'll be points where I'm playing the game and then I just forget what I'm doing. But there isn't like a indicator exactly where I need to go. and then I get lost. This is for the old games, anyways. It'll be a shame. Steampunk era in London, crime investigating game, and no Jack River, right? Move out of the way. So this one's Jack, right? I'm not too familiar with Jack the Ripper, so I was correct. The fact that I didn't just pinpoint that this scene was based off Jack the Ripper. Ah, my brain.
But there you go. At least it's there.
I feel like we can't examine the experimentation stage just yet. I know we should be going straight to the forensics laboratory, but we're going to sidestep as much as we can. Oh, they're still investigating. Foot of the Crystal Tower.
Oh, that's a little doggy! What? I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point.
That's it? Shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Miss Ronaldo. There you are. Had a feeling you'll outshare your mugs before long.
Oh, it was Gregson. It wasn't. I thought it was her. Oh, Inspector Gregson. You hard at work as usual?
I want to take a look at Gina.
I'm not ready to voice as Gregson. Let me drink water again. Best character incoming. Oh? I'm assuming you're talking about the lab. We actually get to talk with the coroner. I can't wait to see her. She's kind of hot. I'm hoping that she's not a bad guy, but I just don't have good feelings about it. But she's so hot. Now I gotta go for now. Take care. Or thanks for dropping by, Leon. Do get some good rest later.
We'll see you.
Ugh. Water's still hot. Oh my god, Rickson. Well, greetings to you. I do hope you have been keeping well since the last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in the courtroom this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
Might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oh, you get over here, Gina. He seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training.
Tina? She's a police officer now. Amazing, isn't it?
She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea.
Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try if you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
To France?
I'll be working the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley.
But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's where the adult world works, Sunshine. I don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her in London. Who knows what become of her?
Rose is worried she'd slip back into slipping in her hands in people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
Gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound until all this is over, at least.
Why? Just call me blooming diving diva again.
Yeah, that ya? Right. Well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva. Yep.
He's acting like a dad. That's kind of cute. Alright, you at the boss? Inspector Lashwood's in charge here now.
Suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris.
Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
Oh, so cute. We get a dog here. I was thinking to myself, I kind of miss Missile. Missile, right? Missile is the gumshoe dog. Aww, so cute. It's got a matching little pattern too. Ah, so cute. I meant the dog. You know what? Valid as fuck. I agree. I completely get you. Best character in the game. Toby.
Is it great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but it's the not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Guess I'll examine the place, just in case that Gina runs off. I don't think so, because we haven't gone to the important place yet.
Ah, the Crystal Tower. Can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes.
You've been really looking forward to the Great Exhibition, haven't you, Mrs. Hito?
Ah, yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. There's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yes, and there's what's left the green balloon's envelope. Or clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident.
Poor Professor Hairbrain. I feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his buzzle. Burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch! I'm a bad person. I shouldn't be laughing, but I did anyways.
What a shame that symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that.
Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. The gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis.
Imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location.
Heck.
The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
Well, gods are benevolent, obviously. Did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time birdcages will rain down on all of you.
Your faith is much stronger than I realized.
Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for 𝐢𝐬𝐺 University? It wasn't by studying alone. What was he studying at the university again? Was it ever mentioned? Wait, I'm gonna quickly examine this, if we can go back up into the scene.
Oh, that's off limits up there. Trying to sneak past me again and I'll snuff your gob full of the boss's fish and chips. Yes, please. I love fish and chips. Suppose we need special permission? Alright, I guess we'll talk to her first, but... Oh, look! Flying balloon! Never seen one in the flesh before. I don't understand how they can fly. I can't understand how they can fly. And so high up as well. Oh, but think of the view, Naruto. You must be able to see for miles and miles.
Do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out.
I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world.
Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded.
I'm sure there are other ways to fly.
Alright, Lustred. Why did that update? I haven't even talked to you yet. Investigating the scene.
Gina, we're actually hoping that we can investigate the scene again.
Alright, if it's around here, you can do what you like.
That's alright, is it?
I'll be playing with my new friend here. Oh, yes, Toby. Best dialogue in the game.
Machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. Haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind.
So, I can't go up there, Suze.
Oh?
It's like I told Oda yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The
Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Is that what you're thinking of?
Ah, that's the one.
That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What do they call it again? The forensic something? The forensics investigation team? Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
Isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted?
I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with y'all. I was supposed to get permission from some bigwig for others, as far as I know. What is his name again? Lord Strange something?
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps.
That's the one, yeah! Apparently he's always watching time or something.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart.
Eh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. I waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing.
Oh yeah?
Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. And if it turns out you're lying, I'll be the boss who gets it and never eat another chip again in his life.
So,
You're still saying all this is above board, are ya?
I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then,
Them's the stairs. Off you go.
thank you, Gina.
It was great, wasn't it? Had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about I'm about to be found out.
You did keep an awful lot of secrets in your previous court appearances, didn't you?
Yeah, and Oda's made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. Watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experience as a total fix.
The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruto's client.
Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't there. It's a boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible.
What do you mean?
He's supposed to arrest the other Cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. And no, dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drember. Ah, that's the one, yeah!
The police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle.
Oh my god, I forgot I had a monocle! And I still accused of the coroner. I'm so sorry! Ah! I'm sorry! I was blindsided! I didn't know until she turned her head. Was I like, oop? God damn it. I guess they would be.
Putting too much on the boss, you ask me. It says it's giving him gut ache. Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
Oh, the engineer's whereabouts. Didn't realize we were gonna get more from that. Scotland Yard are trying to track down Miss Enoch Drebber. Wonder if they've had any luck.
He's really funny looking. Got two eyes, but don't match. Still a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry? Who?
I don't know. That scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses or that blood red plonk. Lord Van Sykes. He always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know why he's always scowling about mine. Probably would have been a great boss as it goes.
I'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chance-glugging demigod, you're equally bad off with both.
Surprised you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
I would put that one to bed. Also, he already has an apprentice, so you're kind of stuck with the chip man.
Anyway, the point is, in where the odds dead set on finding the fishy engineer. There don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. Oh yeah? Maybe the dog. Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Mutt? Oh, that'd be so flaming rude, Odo.
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... how'd they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I give him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby the Year.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
So he's a police dog, is he?
Police recruit dogs now?
I've heard that they've already been used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They've used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all.
I have a fairly good sense of smell, myself as it happens. Like the undergarments have been freshly laundered, undergarments that haven't.
There's nothing good to compare to this little fella, Odo.
Really?
According to what the boss said. Once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he'll chase us sent to the other side of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean you can swim?
Naruto, I think you may have missed the point. I have rather large margin.
Just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill.
I'm telling you, Odo, there's gotta be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right? One of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Huh? Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's fine police dog.
First police dog. First, am I reading correctly? I can't read. First police dog. Had a trailing thought of if we have a dog here, will we need to use him? I mean, he's still in training at the moment, no? Even if he is the first police dog. So he might not be as accurate, but will there come a time where we do need to trust a dog? There's a reason why the dog... Well, I mean, I say that, but then we have a fucking cat from the last game that barely did anything. And then we saw it again in this game, and all it did was sit in the floor. It'll sit on the floor as we fed it, that's it. I'd be surprised if the dog didn't have any use either. Hey, farewell.
Found him down the Issa the other day, so I just chucked him out on the street.
There you go. Knew she'd lifted him from somewhere.
Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
Alright, we can go investigate now, can we? These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. As far as I'm concerned, everything here looks the same, so I wonder what we could find? Could there be anything that we could find?
My, so this is the machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Alright, allow me to adjust my chair. Yes, that's right, or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor 𝐻𝐻𝐵 went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You've never seen such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look, is that...
What the fuck are you doing here? And full body too.
Lord Van Zyke?
Why does he look kind of hot? Like, especially more so here. So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
We have permission to be here. From the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? You mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. We're gonna talk to him last. We'll go from the top to the bottom. Oh my god, I'm flustered. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those temporary handballs floating in the sky.
Temari? Been glaring at them constantly since we came up here.
Sorry. Feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to set foot in one are fighting it out inside me.
But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage.
I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging.
I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruto. It really would be much safer that way.
That would remove most of the worries.
Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
Makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have ever happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. But I can predict what you're going to say next in that case.
You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan.
Aren't you?
Oh no, I'd never say something like that.
Anything out of place here?
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here.
Look, Mr. Naruto, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? The floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred. The birdcage would have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
Not very good. Not very good for us. I don't think there's much else to explore around up here.
I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples.
I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally, but then I'm not a Londoner.
Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruto?
It's not that I'm scared. Not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer.
Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Schultz to accompany me on it in that case.
When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try.
Oh dear. It is complicated for you, isn't it?
I love his little fucking raging battle with like his fear of heights versus wanting to try out new things. It's so cute. But that means he kind of follow. Well, I mean, to be fair, I feel like what hot air balloons is only like new, I suppose, like quite recent. The Ferris wheel is also very different to like what the Japanese are used to seeing. Only after arriving to London, anyways. And so like, it makes sense that there would be like a level of fear with heights, especially in like a man-made contraption, more so, because like there's like a lot of mountains in Japan, right? There's like, yeah, there's a lot of like elevated grounds. So they'd be used to seeing heights, but like when you're in a man-made, you know, machine, the fear might be a little bit higher because of human error. Anyways, that tangent was basically me thinking that he's the same as Apollo because he actually just has a genuine fear of heights. But he's not related to the Naruhodo line. It's Phoenix. This is Phoenix's ancestor. So I'm confused. It's the fear of heights, but like but it's more of a phobia? Like a genuine phobia for Apollo? Meanwhile, for Renosuke, it's a lot different. Anyways, I don't know why I'm so caught up in that sort of detail ever since I found out about Renosuke having a weird little, like, mental battle of his fear of heights.
Isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world.
Does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? No, it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally.
It is very subjective, isn't it?
Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. And I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very sturdy and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel.
Oh yes, do agree with you there.
I can't help wondering what an onion does with the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions.
You really oughtn't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruto.
Is there nothing more to really investigate here? Oh. This wasn't here yesterday. Oh, I thought something was different. Is that the birdcage?
Really? If I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it's made of wood.
Or, more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What a wonderfully durable construction, when you say, Mr. Naruto.
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. Suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work.
But sadly, not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. We were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. It's too important piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial.
Wooden birdcage.
The wooden cage that was used for Professor Harebrain's experiment. This cage, with the victim inside, crashed down into the crystal tower. Okay, now I'm pretty sure that's it and everything. I'm gonna take a quick look at it though. Yeah, we can investigate it. Let's look at it. I misclicked. Eh? Oh, because we can't examine. Oh, never mind. JK. Okay, Mrs. Soto.
Ah, yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. Suppose because it fell from such a height?
Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. All about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Heck. Excuse me.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
Oh, it's updated. Birdcage updated. That was used for demonstration. It crashed down with the victim inside into the crystal tower, causing damage to its base. Nothing else? It's not like we can go in and take a look at it, so all we can do is really examine it from the outside. Okay, with the assumption that is everything, I'm just going to... This is like the best way to investigate an item. Okay. It's not turning light blue. That should be everything. Alright, are you ready to talk to Vance? I'm not ready. He just looks so pretty standing there, I just want to leave him alone. Hello, sir. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world, winner, 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zykes? Why does he look prettier when he's, like, outside the courtroom? I'm surprised he's not wearing his little cloak. Because I understood that when we first talked to him outside of the courtroom in his office, in the last investigation, he was not wearing his coat. And you could have just been under the, you know, pretense that maybe it is because he's in his office, he wouldn't need to be wearing his coat. But he's outside now. Wouldn't he have his coat? Why do you have a coat? You literally only do it for dramatic flair in the courtroom. We know you. We know how you work. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me.
Ash!
Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zykes about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this.
Ask away, Mr. Naruto. You won't know unless you try.
Ow, ow, ow. Good luck. Your brother Clint. So, Clint. Was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zykes? You Nipponese, you always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zykes family, but tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. A professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? Should be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ugh, you're too kind. Aren't you going to tar all your Nipponese with the same brush then? Next, sorry? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zykes, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention.
Huh?
Are you aware of the Madame Tussfell's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
Oh yeah, naturally. I believe that since last month, I featured in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
Particular waxwork? Wait, you mean...
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I wasn't aware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet.
So we've informed him of the case, haven't we?
Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier.
Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So I was just wondering. I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but
We'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
wow! Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Fine. Why not? I've heard of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We will need that man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why when I show you the photograph?
What is about Lord Van Zyke? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Photograph of Drebber. Photographic print of Drebber, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Of the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Of Drebber, the Drebber. As Drebber. It's hard to make out, but he appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Oh, that's it? Is he gonna fuck off? Fucking that actually scared me.
Oh my god, Susato gets to see him as well.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Hello. I didn't think you'd leave the office, I'll be honest. I know that the first time we ever heard about you was you being out of the office. The newspaper. Anyways.
The file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
Are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zyke's apprentice, apparently. I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zyke? May we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
He's gonna leave, isn't he?
Kazuma-sama!
Kazuma?
I don't believe it.
Your posture, your presence, can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
I felt something strange that very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow.
Can it?
Can it really be you? Kazuma?
But wait!
Too late.
What's going on here?
Oh, he's asking us! Your apprentice.
What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well,
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Stronghorn introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
but he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia?
Tomorrow he will appear in court on my side.
What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders.
Who
being caught with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you.
I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama.
Hold on, I need to clutch my plushie. I'm not gonna be very stable unless I'm holding something. Unless I'm clutching onto something, I'm sorry. At least I'm trying to hold back to scream anyways. It's way too late in the night for me to do that. Oh, my heart!
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruto?
Yes. Yesterday, in fact. At Lord Venzak's office.
I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is alive, is still alive, it means that Mrs. Sholmes lied to us.
No. I need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affair problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Soto.
Course.
Well, that was nerve-wracking to say the least. I don't know how I feel about the entire interaction. Also, can we present this to her? Does this mean anything to her? About this Gina. Yeah, still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, and I'm too much being trouble.
Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important.
Eh? How come? It's just a dirty old smudge in the back, that's all.
It turns out it's very high-quality French machine oil. A very particular scent, apparently.
You don't say! Is that a whiff then? You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Ah, right, you mean Toby! I'm not gonna lie, when I went to show you this card, I was under the impression that maybe you could give it to the officers. But no, we have a dog! Oh my god, I'm the worst kind of detective, aren't I? I'm so damn stupid. Since the smell is so good that he can track people over the oceans, can't he?
Professor Harebrained informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
Look at this pose is actually so cute. I think I like this pose the most. It's so cute. Hey, he's picked up a scent.
Do you mean if he follows the scent of oil, then we can lead us at Dodgy Cove's workshop?
That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping.
Alright then, let's give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket?
I can lead everyone to the Drebber's workshop. I'll be the boss's boss with her next week.
Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson. Wait, are we actually...
Right then, Oda, leave it to me.
Sorry?
I'm gonna get going after the dodgy engineer code right this minute.
Why do I give her a southern accent then?
Hang on, someone's supposed to be on guard duty all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Ah,
Right.
oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what's gonna get in the net, it'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson again.
Ready, Toby? Got the oil sent over? Come on then, boy. See you later.
She actually avoided a guard duty. Oh my god.
I hope the scent of the oil leads them to that swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the Channel to France. Alright then.
You got to come in right before we didn't get to see the dog anymore. It sucks, we don't get to see Toby again, but I hope you were able to catch a glimpse of the best character in the game. I never realized the music was like this until now. Like little circus music in the back. Anyways, as far as I'm concerned, that's the entirety of the area that we've gone to every other place before going here. So I feel like once we go here, things should be updated and changed. That, or I have to go somewhere else. Like try and find Sholmes again, which I'm pretty sure we have to go back to here. Excuse me. Hick! Jesus. Changed my seating position because of my little plush.
It's a little whale.
It's so cute. It's very big though, but it's good to hug. Okay, forensics laboratory. Forensic science laboratory in the basement of St. Sinner's Hospital, where Chief Coroner Dr. Scythe conducts her work. Everyone get ready. Hot lady alert. Oh, hello. Oh my god, there's still blood everywhere. A really cool place though. Forensics laboratory. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory? Chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty of salty eyes in here too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mr. Soto. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Oh my god, it's so quiet here. How unsettling. It's been so long since I was a part of the game that's just quiet. It was like that in a lot of the like older games, which kind of annoyed me, to be honest. It's just so uncomfortably quiet. But it makes more sense here, at least. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home.
Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition.
Mrs. Sato, there's some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh! So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi.
Aren't they?
Of course! A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. But why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air?
You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. No, you start to get used to it over time. It's just whenever you have to go in and out of the workshop, I feel. Is that it for this little corner? Yes? Look at all the bottles and the shelves in these cabinets. An assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has her meals here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. I feel like something's just gonna jump scare me any second now.
I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk?
Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this.
Very tidy though, isn't it, Miss Naruto? Imagine how efficiently she must work.
The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves.
Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all.
That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know. They haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Miss Naruto.
Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you're wise to put something like your Dharma dolls on... a Dharma doll on display in the office instead.
Oh, look at this! What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are skilled, aren't they?
Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Miss Naruto?
Mrs. Sathar? Can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope.
I'll be sure to remember that from now on.
It's so cute how he just avoids everything. The poor thing. I mean, I wouldn't even be able to do that. I'd just leave the room straight up. I'm not that strong of a person. Well, it seems like we actually can't do much here as I thought. So I guess we are maybe going back to either the suite or the... Let's go here first. It's not updated, so we're going back to the suite. I don't think he'd be back here though. Yeah. Oh no, this means that I've missed out on something. Oh no. Oh no. Fucking she's gone now though. We don't really have anything to give you though. Like let's review. He knows what the man looks like, so I'm surprised I didn't really do anything. He doesn't really care about the... Okay, that means we're done with his thing. Professor, do you recognize this? Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they? Don't worry, he's been very well looked after. Ah, I always rub him with machine oil until he's gleaming. Right. And then, when I come to tighten the screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do anything. I can't do it. It's that age-old problem faced by driver files the world over, isn't it? Really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. That was kind of weird. I mean, we could get extra dialogue and everything. Like, we were kicked out and talking more with, Van Zyx, and then we also kicked out Gina. Guess we can find her somewhere. Everything's the same here.
You know, I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to work in Great Britain, and certainly not so soon.
It's funny, for the past 6 months I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court over judicature back in Japan.
Please, Mr. Naruto, I may have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance.
What your father said in his letter about a Ricardo takedown is reserved.
Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now. I'm ready to assist you again in any way I can.
Thank you, Mrs. Sato.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruto.
I love you, Susato. Well, there's not much that we can do here either. There's nothing I can really present to her. She doesn't really give a shit, does she? Is Iris here or something? No, she's gone. Isn't she? Where do I go? What
is also gone. What the fuck? What the fuck? Huh? They're not sure going up the stairs to the stage area now. Or to run the forensic investigation team. It sounds like it can make trouble. What? Where do I go? Is Sholmes gonna actually be? I haven't looked around yet. Is he gonna be on display? It'd be funny if it was in the bathtub for the next scene. Where am I going? Gives me the creeps. Okay, let's do a once over again. Make sure I've examined everything. I feel like this is only the case because we haven't finished talking with someone, and the only person that we can really finish talking with is 𝐻𝐻𝐵rain. Unless I do actually have to present something to Susato. What am I doing? Oi, 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 oi. Nothing. There's nothing. Ah. Ah.
Let's get out of here. It's giving me the creeps.
Unless there was something else that we haven't examined properly. I thought I examined everything though.
Okay, let me present everything again. Ah, fascinating, yes! Japan, where I come from, it's a symbol of defense lawyer. Oh, a defense lawyer wearing it is very bracing, I find. The words make some sense to me, but they're entirely illogical. What do you mean? Oh, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there's a perfectly logical reason for that feeling.
Oh really? What is it?
No, I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one is too small for me. The sleeves especially are extremely bracing. I can barely move my wrists. That's what you call logical, is it? Of course, it's entirely logical. That's science, Mr. Naruto.
So what you feel only makes sense because of that.
Ugh, how could this ever happened?
You must feel awful as well as a man losing his life. The crystal tower was greatly damaged too.
I know what happened. It must have been that.
That?
The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings, too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is.
For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Don't really give a shit about this. I'll present it anyways. Surprised he doesn't have anything to say about this, but there's not really much else that he could say, to be fair.
Ah, how could this have happened?
So awful. That was the same dialogue as the newspaper. I'm really surprised that the photo of 𝐻𝐵 doesn't do anything. Seriously. What do you mean? I really don't need to talk to you. I've missed...
Oh god, this is annoying.
Let's present things to Susato. Actually, you know what? Let me quickly go take a bathroom break because I've drank so much water today. I'm gonna quickly go run off. Hopefully talking to Susato or presenting some things to her will help me figure it out, but for now, I'm just gonna quickly run off and take a bathroom break. Finally beat the ice gym, damn the puzzle. I remember the ice gym puzzle was really whack for Gen 4.
was the only puzzle that pissed me off the most. That's kind of the appeal. I feel like no other gym has been able to like top how confusing it is. But anyways, congratulations! Nice work, man. Alrighty, I'll be right back, guys. Everyone else, get your hydration snacks too. We reconvene. Alright! We return. I'm hoping that we're nearing the end of the investigation because it is getting quite late. I feel like it should start to wrap up in at least like under an hour, surely. Unless I really start to push it and go crazy and I can't figure out where to go. But I think like at best an hour. So hopefully I can really push through and figure out what the fuck we need to do.
You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased.
Well, yes, it feels like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. Goodbye, Giratina, I need to move you out of the person.
Oh dear, there seems to be a thread coming loose just there, look. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Matador.
Oh, thank you. Must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that.
Then, take better care of it, please.
Oh, going so well until I ruined it. So cute. About this paper, Mrs. Ethel.
Yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know.
I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan.
So was I. Got desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true.
Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then.
Once we've helped Professor Harebrine out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And, of course, you must invite the Professor's good friend Lord Vanzax as well.
The luck might not stretch that far. We're going to present everything we can. Oh!
This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it?
Yes, with a flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon.
I'm quite accomplished with a longbow myself, you know.
No, really?
If you were to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruto, I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away.
Quite confident, you say? Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head?
Cute!
I feel like it's not Mrs. Sato we have to talk to. I'm going to press everything anyways because I actually have no idea. It's probably investigating. This might be a case of the last case. Excuse me. Of the investigation for the last case where I missed examining the cup. Was it the cup? Yeah, the cup. For some reason I overlooked it. There might be a case here again. Okay, yeah, exactly as I thought. There is nothing changed here. Alright, we're just going to examine everything from top to bottom. So, excuse me guys. It's gonna be a very tedious process, but I really have no fucking clue what I'm supposed to be doing. What if it's fucking floorboards again? What are the chances? Definitely not in here. Probably need to talk to the coroner. Yeah, but she hasn't appeared though. Like, I can only examine the laboratory. Like, she's not there. Meaning I'm missing something crucial to proceed the story. Was there something that I haven't investigated at the grounds maybe? That's what I'm thinking. I do not miss this bit of investigating. I miss what they did in Apologistus with the fucking notes to tell you where to go. Send me back. I feel like not here, definitely not here. But you know, we're covering our bases. Oopsie. It'd be very funny if Sholmes was just on the side again. There's literally only like 5 things to examine here. Like, there's really not much to do. Okay. Covering our bases, but I'm gonna be a little bit more lofty in this area, to be honest. Yeah, there's really nothing. Let's skedaddle. And the prison, I've basically presented everything to him. I'm gonna do it again. covering my bases. Oh, we'll go backwards this time.
Ice!
It'll be something very small, I know it. Dun 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 dun. Funny how he said that he was gonna he's writing his autobiography in the back, but there's like no words. There's only math equations. Isn't that funny?
Is there a dialogue that I missed?
Maybe it's something in the lab. Maybe! I thought I did a good skim over, but I may have to go a little bit slower. I did try to go a little bit quickly because I didn't want to be in the lab for very long. It's just a bit spooky. Hold on. Let me quickly check his converse. Yeah, it's all ticked out. Experimentation stage. I'm gonna have another once over. Oh. Stage up there is where the experiment was set up. Very high, isn't it?
About 30 feet, I believe, or 9 meters if you prefer. Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it?
Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs make my chest hurt.
Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruto.
I forgot this and then the stairs are like two different like prompts that you can click. But other than that, I'm almost certain that that wouldn't have gone anywhere anyways. No? Nothing that we missed. Like even the wax museum here at least has something that you can like. Oh, so sorry. At least has BGM to listen to. The laboratory has fucking nothing. To be fair, we had like a whole fucking deduction scene in here, so. Would have better been music. What the fuck did I miss? No way in hell I accidentally broke the game or anything, did I? No, what are the chances? There's no way. No? Oh, this is looking grim, boys. Alright, last place, forensics. No? Eh? Did I break the game? Oh, what the fuck? It's the book again! We didn't actually read the book? I thought when we investigated the desk, it would have been the same. Gosh. What's the lab? Well, we got there in the end. GW, you were right again this time. It was the book, thank you. The laboratory was all the way at the bottom too. I investigated everything until I got to the bottom. Anyways. Look at this big, thick book here.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh,
What is it?
it's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
For 500? Must be working really hard on dissecting corpse.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies only carry out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too.
It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? Oh my god, we did it! We finally could proceed. What are you doing?
Hello?
Oh, you have like a little snake on your hand. Also, this BGM. Oh my god, this goes hard. I really like this BGM.
Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so...
So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want?
Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. He came to ask you about your findings on Lord Strongheart's advice.
Very well. The Lord Chief Justice has given his consent. I'll give you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately.
Isn't it kind of funny that like the last this is such like a thing that you would like watch in like a scene in like when you're watching a movie where like the last thing that they go to investigate, or the most important thing that they go to investigate, and then the person comes in. Like when I was investigating the book and then she came in.
Your findings. So you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐴, who disappeared from the experimentation stage, emitted an explosion, and Mr. Asmon, who appeared moments later, part way up the crystal tower. Well, without question, one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion.
But that can't be right.
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out.
Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they?
Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who appeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident.
Ah, fingerprints.
They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day, they'll be used as investigative aid as a matter of course.
My, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us?
The team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, yet the body didn't move from one place to another. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery.
Mama, what is this?
Where'd cheats ring from? And did you just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear.
Oh?
Hello? To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Renosuke Nara.
Mama,
Yes?
can I cut this one up?
What?
I've never seen an inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see.
Hmm? Boring.
I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear, Mr. Naruto, you're as pale as a corpse.
Now let's leave before I'm mistaken for one.
Well,
We've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yes, it's quite possible you might know something useful, you're right. But to find him at Madame Tuspel's, supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture.
Oh! Oh my god, she's so hot. Oh, shit. So what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes. You. It doesn't mince her words, Miss Sutter.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
Where's your child? Have they gone off? Oh, fuck. What an interesting duo. And you mean to tell me we're not gonna get any more information? Be damned, this case. Alright, we finally get to proceed with the story, and also hope to find Mr. Sholmes. I hope he's being a waxwork again. Since I thought we'll get to experience it.
Here we are again, the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Yeah, the confectionery, of course.
Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruto. Look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail.
Ah! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find. That's the temporary waxwork himself.
A friend of my dedicated employee.
Ah, yes, hello again. It's Renosuke! Renosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he's returned to his habitual duties.
Yes?
His habitual duties? Alas, do not disturb, huh?
Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed. So we got to meet with Tuspels again, but we're able to proceed unless we hound Mr. Sholmes, I guess.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm
longing to say hello again. But where is he?
We get to see him doing this first profile. He's so fucking goofy. Stop, Mr. Sholmes! Why are you punching her? That's violence! Sir!
I think you might find he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh? What do you mean?
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Alex Sholmes.
No, I'm not laughing at Susato fainting, I'm laughing at fucking Sholmes.
My most humble apologies.
Thought I died and gone to total paradise for a moment via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty pre-deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand? Although the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fella. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. I confess, I'm yet to partake of pie, proverbial or otherwise, already food so far today, for that matter.
That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. How did you manage to solve it so quickly?
Ah, well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes, it's the most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms. In the end, waxwork was returned. It's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh? But I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps a ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspells at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, I sense that he has some business with this grey waxwork.
𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. Kazuma's death. I'm clutching my plushie.
I also need to sneeze, but I don't think it's gonna come. I think it's a phantom sneeze again.
We're in the process of trying to track somebody down.
Oh!
Yes, a man by the name of 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. He's a swindler who duped Professor Harebrained and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. Also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Trevor's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I shall gladly give you my thoughts on it.
I will be doing that first before talking about Kazuma's death because I feel like it's going to be either really long or really short. And either way, it's going to be a little bit too sentimental for us to touch upon. So we're going to do that last. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, the face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. Looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive.
Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes?
Ah. Yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
And you ain't gonna say shit! Oh, you're so adorable, aren't you? Can we present you? We don't have the business card. I forgot Toby has it.
Alas, such is the case of the...
Alright!
Kazuma's death. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us?
My dear Mr. Nahoda, stare that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was a murder when you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed. And wherein lies the problem?
We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Asogi.
You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I am quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can nearly see my sweat up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruto?
I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes.
I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
Please, Mr. Sholmes.
Tomorrow, in court, you'll find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruto. Will you indulge me?
Well, what is it?
As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind these thick curtains.
Oh yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it?
Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings! That's a special one-time a price, you understand?
What?
The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone.
The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. Think you'll find it's very well worth it.
Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes?
Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness.
Can never tell with you. That's the point.
Very well. It couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure.
I think he just wants the 5 shillings so that he can buy himself food. You could say it's a donation of some sorts.
Well, the money's been spent, so
Let's go and see the special exhibit.
I swear to God. If it's who I think it is. Through those heavy curtains at last. That was the introduction to a masked person. I believe that is two now. Two masked people that we have in the game. It is, can we see it here actually? No. So we have Scythe's, what seems to be maybe an apprentice. And then Van Zyke's assistant. I didn't realize we had a photo of Jabba's face. Trickster, who seems to be both an engineer and a magician, he constructed the machine for Professor Hairbrain's demonstration. I'm very scared to see who it is. Are you guys ready? This could be a horror situation, but I really don't care. We have to proceed. Alright. 5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholm slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. That's what makes Britain great. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands or chip-loving inspectors.
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. Oh dear. I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
This is a thought. I say we turn our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already.
True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. Paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else at the place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Oh, I hate this so much!
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
That fear or frustration, or... Fear or frustration that's making Sister-san's voice tremble.
Kimo. Nice.
Not much to investigate here. That means we just need to get to the core of the matter.
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look.
Perhaps we should investigate it in a little more detail. Don't get close. Don't get close. Stop, 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 stop. I hate this so much. Oh my god. What the fuck is this? I'm not actually looking at it, but I'm looking at the background. I have half my eyes covered. Oh, I hate this so much. Okay. What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera.
Ah, a camera, but it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mrs. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back on as ghost on film?
We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Camera! The camera from around the neck of a waxwork in the Madame Tussauds special exhibit. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens.
If you open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
You should see yourself as the sun. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Hold on.
Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruto?
I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Don't take off his head. What?
Oh! What on earth? How can...
Oh, you don't believe it. A black monocle.
Mr. Naruto, is it possible that this man is...
Yes. It's 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨.
Fucking knew it! The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him.
Indeed it is.
Mr. Sholmes! I wasn't able to finish examining the exhibit. I didn't realize touching his face would give us the answers. I was so damn hoping it was not him.
This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe.
Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit?
And why does the convict behind him have no head? A head was missing, and the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise.
And the case isn't yet solved, is it?
Do not say so myself. Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head. Do this sweet, as Madam would say, or I'll be in grave trouble, sorry. Very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ah!
Do you know, though? Something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one...
He's coming out of a grave.
This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it?
I think it's time I educate you a little. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Excuse me while I finish examining the fucking... That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? Not like a Japanese, chochin paper lantern, actually, is it?
Lantern, Chochin. The point is, it casts very little light to be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it.
Not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Fortunate for me, I'm quite used to visiting graveyards in the middle of the day, so only at night time that I would never try such adventures.
What a large shovel! He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night?
Mr. Sato?
Yes?
That's a spade, isn't it?
No, it's a shovel.
No. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
We've been through this, Mr. Naruto. It's a shovel.
No. Although we haven't considered trolls. Trolls? Trolls?
Enough has allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement.
I'm going to bury that hatchet. Right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Oh, I'm sorry. I went to scratch my arm. Apologies. There's not really much for us to examine, is there? Scary.
This must be the killer. The fiend known as the Professor.
Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said. He killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
No, looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only you had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Why are we doing that? It's just the head, though.
So this is the condemned man.
Yes, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine? Unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sozo? Anyway, I'm sure the model has a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see?
Then, perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it.
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when they returned it to the museum.
And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Or whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. What? What? It looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece too.
It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say.
So it is thick! I was correct! This is thick glass. It was just me going crazy thinking it's like ice or something. Okay. Cool. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength.
But why?
Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example.
Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too.
You don't mean...
Exactly. Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
Why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket?
Makes you think, doesn't it?
Piece of broken glass, a small fragment of very unusual and thick glass that was found in the folds of the clothing of the Professor Waxwork.
Would appear to be from the Crystal Tower. Earlier in court we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. Now we discovered this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? I believe this is all that. The only reason we needed to examine this was because of that piece of glass. Can we stop this? Let's leave. The resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand? Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted.
Closed court? So you mean the professor's identity?
As you surmise, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh?
The very night that he was buried, The convicted man came back to life.
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts the very scene described by the sole witness to those chilling events.
There was a witness?
But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat.
𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. You saw it happen?
Young witness.
Oh, this is a waxwork model of 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨.
10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to the unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
I love that you're not calling him 𝐢𝐷𝐹, so that only gives me more fear. It's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young 𝐢𝐷𝐹. Oh, now he's gone 𝐢𝐷𝐹. Young 𝐢𝐷𝐹 ran to a nearby. Oh, wait, you only called him 𝐢𝐷𝐹. It's not 𝐢𝐷𝐹. To a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight.
Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. Oh, I can kind of understand it. When the stress gets you, your hair turns white.
For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As he's saying, an exhibit was even created here at the Madame Tussauds.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white suddenly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. 𝐢𝐷𝐹 was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yes. What was he up to?
Following the execution,
Professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever been systematically employed a dog as a weapon for murder.
I just got investigations, like, chill. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had.
But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten and dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did the people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact.
What do you mean by no resurrection?
The police investigated the grave and Gate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No! But that would mean Mr. 𝐢𝐷𝐹 must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. Young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. Rather striking, then. He should resurface now, don't you think?
Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But 𝐢𝐷𝐹's hair is unusually white. If that really did happen overnight as a result of shock. Hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. I mean, one could pass it as like some kind of hallucination. Oh! Ooh. What the bleeding throat? I have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you've been. So... Oh! Gina! That's so loud at the museum!
And I suppose we'll have to take a position as a waxwork. We'll have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think it might be more pressing concern.
So some flashback left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. Did the dog lead here? Sorry. I got scared.
You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel.
Sorry, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What'd you think? We found it! We found the Dodgy Cove's workshop.
What? You found 𝐢𝐷𝐹's workshop?
Here, look. It was nice, took me straight there. The bossy others are heading over there now in the drag. So, come on. Here's the address.
Got the buster out of down.
Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Oh! Salute 07. Alright then, see you there.
Here you go. Don't mind me, I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there.
Oh yeah, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming.
Your words hardened me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay a monetary recompense and Iris's... Oh. Recompense and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more.
Forget that, I'll pay for everything.
There's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once.
Now for to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruto.
Thank you, Mr. Sato.
Right, let's go.
Yeah, please, let's get the fuck out of here.
Oh. Oh.
Excuse me, let me quickly take a sip.
And off Drebber's workshop.
That looks like.
Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed, it would appear so. But only a prototype, naturally.
Ah, you're so you got here then? Gina, well done for finding this place, and in such little time. You really worked miracles. It's Toby here is the miracle worker.
Is he okay? Oh, you love a show before long. Hello, Inspector. It's one knitted brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. Did he get yelled at because of Gina?
So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Certainly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. But to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say. But perhaps with the depth of gratitude I'm paid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're happy to step around here, I'd get cracking. All of Ed and the forensic investigation team are on their way as we speak. Them again. Imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And your Sholmes. Pardon. They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. You may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Alright then, let's see what we can find in here.
Hi, boys! Let's examine the place.
Let's start from the from top to bottom. Nothing really on the roofs. The only thing that we can particularly examine seems to be the horn itself.
Sorry, Mr. Naruto, that machine is covered by the Special Dispensation from the Scientific Equipment Act. There will be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government.
Well, those two don't seem to be holding back.
So funny.
Quite hollow inside. No work parts or devices of deception be seen, my dear fellow.
No less change dropped on the floor and nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just those two, Mrs. Sato.
Oh my god, a ladder! We can't talk about it. It's just a ladder, it's not a step ladder.
What on earth is this?
An aeroplane, Mr. Naruto.
One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies.
That's how the trick will be described, is it?
Sorry?
Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it?
Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real airplane would actually fly high in the sky.
Are suspended from somewhere even high in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in mid-air unsupported.
So, to you, the solution is ever taller towers.
Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say?
Impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. No doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away.
It's Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. Young scientists could wish for no high honor. Ah! Would you like a massage?
No, I'm fine. Thank you. Had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 than conjuring tricks.
Couldn't agree more, my dear madam. How about you, Mr. Nahodo? Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course.
He's not going to let it go. Let that go, is he?
It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
Science trophy. Royal Society Trophy for Excellence in Science that was found in Mr. 𝐢𝐺𝐵's workshop. A very prestigious award for a young scientist. The store doesn't want to open.
Looks like I got a pretty hefty lock on it.
The specialist locksmith on his way from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Oh, you don't have permission. But no one's given it to you.
Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that.
There's no sign of anybody on the other side.
No, driver must have fled at this first sign of danger. I investigated everything. Other than, like, the very clearly obvious arrow. Yeah, we can't really talk to Gregson, isn't that interesting? Yeah, it's about the thing. But it's so cute that those two are just looking over it. Oh, hey!
This is a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose?
Crossbow, bullets, these. Just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. Other words. Yep. It's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that 𝐢𝐵 was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam.
Crossbow updated. It belongs to 𝐢𝐧𝐼.
Oh,
is something wrong, Mr. Sato?
Oh, well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What you reckon, Toby?
Right, mind the grease. Moves in there, open up, there's Scotland Yard.
Oh my, someone is in there.
Ah, let's run bleeding luck. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenance, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it.
Oh, you've taken so many L's, Gregson! I actually started to feel bad. Ah, he's gone!
Let's get us through that blasted door! Ah! You may enter that well.
You've confused minutes with seconds, I think.
Time's of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for, I suppose. It's an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow.
Yes. Oh my god, this is getting intense.
What? What's happening here?
Why is everything upside down?
Rats.
Ain't no one in here after all. There must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises.
It was the sound of Drebber running away.
But there's only one door into this room.
No windows that can afford an escape route. The skylights are too high.
Eh? What's that up there? Are they footprints? On the ceiling.
Blow me, what do we have here? You're gonna look at the fucking bomb. Looks like someone's trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
The what? Professor Hairbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey! Without these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here, too. It's rope! It's lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar.
Rope? What's significant about that?
Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruto.
Did he use it to climb out? Let's investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too. Oh, he's looking at the bomb. Oh my god, this is intense. My heart rate, fuck. We're still going. I really was convinced that we only needed an extra hour for this investigation. I was so badly mistaken.
We'll go from right to left.
It's a very large safe.
I suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose.
It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruto.
Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. Just cut it out, for real.
I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important.
Not much to investigate, is there?
Almost every piece of furniture is upside down.
Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't even ever in this much of a mess.
You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruto.
But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down.
But why?
It's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon.
I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon using gas.
A green flying balloon. Does have the hallmarks of the amazing deception of the great exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? There's no denying it, is there? They're footprints.
Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there.
Isn't that a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean.
I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruto.
I'll make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Okay, I've done more to investigate the entire room, as much as I could, without examining the most crucial information, so that we can see any little bits of extra dialogue in case. It seems undeniably the most obvious thing to investigate as of right now is the fucking, I believe, dynamite in the middle of the room. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruto. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this?
Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a...
Mr. Sato, what's the matter?
That's surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What? You say?
Time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly?
Ah! You surely are one of a kind, Mr. Naruto. I take that as a compliment.
I don't know nothing, do I, Oda?
You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? Invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruto. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has very similar appearance.
Oh, thank goodness, but then what is it?
I see, so that's it.
Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
There are times where I consider my lot most unfair. I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato. You're not gonna be like that. It's actually a time bomb. I feel a great deduction oh, never mind. Alright, strap in, boys. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Jabba himself.
Oh, but how could you?
The second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything.
It would be a pleasure. After all, it is great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Well, Inspector Gregson seems to light up the idea anyway.
Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done!
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato.
Yes, I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
I thought we were gonna be done! Of course it'd be a fucking deduction.
Oh, this is gonna be a long one, boys. Oh, strap in. Oh my fucking god. Oopsie, I accidentally clicked out. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that...
Indeed, the key here is gravity. Oh, that's cool. It appears that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. The gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
Inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Just doubting him. I understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction, my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device.
What?
Almost identical to the one that featured in a dream of mine on the other day, in fact.
But then why does it have a clock on it?
Most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls in the gravity direction will switch. That was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. As you see, we need no further to explain the state in which we find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Miss Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion some time later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed.
So it was a flip furniture conclusion because gravity was reversed. Oh, you're so silly. Topic 2, missing engineer.
Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there in the ceiling?
Question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there on the footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is.
Ah. Oh!
By inverting the gravity in here, 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵 was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling, making escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. I'm losing it because this investigation is going a lot longer than I had initially planned. It's probably average, but you know what? We're already balls deep in. Let's do this.
But the ceiling here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. But the gravity reversal was sudden when Mr. 𝐢𝐵 had fallen up to the ceiling rather violently.
Following up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. The man was caught with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how 𝐢𝐵 was able to escape this room before our arrival. It'd be funny if he was just in the closet somewhere and that rope is only to help us more than it will help him. Like, alright, we found him. Tie him up. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun.
Conclusion! Escaped via the skylight.
Yet another great deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
I was just playing with Toby, she was not listening. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me.
I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life.
I know that was a very generous statement, but that is so fucking true in Renosuke's case. His entire existence and being here in Britain is because of one person. One thing. Anyways, the thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean?
I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. My dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However, improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, would you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. And Iris come up with an exacting phrase. My original was clumsy.
Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. 𝐻𝐼 lent me once. Actually, there is one thing, Mr. Sholmes.
You objected, oh my god.
Oh, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was. And lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. 𝐻𝐼 had used it to escape in the way you describe, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find no ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. An argument is as circular as the coils of the rope.
I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. Sure, with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly before 𝐢𝐽𝐽𝐻 gets too far quickly. Let's proceed. Come on, let's go. I'm reaching my limit, I'm not gonna lie.
Course correction.
As per usual, I'll be skipping the dialogue that I can until we get to the point of examining. Oh my god, my nose.
Ah, I'm going crazy. Hoping the water will help clear my mind.
To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
The man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, eh?
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Otto.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining the topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Inverted furniture.
The furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly.
Yes, it does immediately put you in mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit. Heck yeah, Jesus Christ.
Could it be that a mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think?
I feel that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation.
Oh dear. Like, the first thing that comes into your head isn't the way forward here, it seems.
Large safe. Ah, look, Mrs. Otto. When everything seems to be upside down in here, the safe is conspicuously the right way up, have you noticed?
Yes, that's true. Look more closely at the safe's feet.
Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak, that's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I'm gonna put my foot in my mouth there.
I certainly didn't say that.
It's different. No, it's the same. Apology. Need to read the label. Usually it's 3 things. Well, well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure.
Look at that!
I know, the slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say?
To be honest, Mr. Naruto, something else about it made a rather deep impression on me.
Deeper impression on me. Excuse me, while I see if I can... I believe it's nothing else with this one.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you've surpassed yourself. I completely turned my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps?
No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me.
As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor.
And it's the exception that breaks the rule.
In short, much as it pains me, that gravity in this room was never inverted at all!
My deepest sympathies for your lost. Oh, poor Mr. Shams.
Show must go on! So let us continue with the deductions.
Oh, look at him, he's in the thing here. That's so cute. Look at him. Unosuke. Kitty, kitty, kitty.
The contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device. There remains but one other possibility.
You don't say.
Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here.
Might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that?
Quite, and naturally there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device.
He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. Whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
The code. The code underneath the fucking chair. It's right there.
Come on. Come on.
Anti-gravity device.
We're still gonna call it that. Already established that the gravity wasn't actually reversed in here, haven't we? In other words, this isn't an anti-gravity device at all. Which makes me very curious to know what sort of device it is. I think by now it's clear that we're looking for an answer elsewhere.
Now, this is not jigging.
Not yet. Not anything else to examine. Usually it's 3 things. Magic number 3, please.
Coal burning heater. That's a coal burning heater, I think, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But it's not just for heating, you know. You can grill on it, bake in it, boil, and steam things with it. It serves all sorts of purposes.
Seems like having your cake and eating it too.
Oh, like a hirakotatsu table with a nab hot pot, a mikan orange, and a cat, and an elderly relative.
Ah, you mean it seems too much? I suppose perhaps it does. But you realize only some of these things on your list are edible, don't you?
Safe combination.
432582.
Look, there's something written on the other side of this armchair.
Oh yes, safe. 432582.
Safe? As in safe and secure?
As in secure lockable box, I think.
Admittedly, more likely.
Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes.
Do you mean this number would let us open it?
I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination.
Precisely! I believe, Mr. Naruto, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not?
Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down the inside cover of a book, just in case.
That's it, for people forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information.
Thus, keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruto?
When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it.
That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget why they've noted things down.
I feel like they've chosen to hidden it on purpose, but alas, what is it?
Not if you always note things in the same place.
I actually won the second prize, you know. But I can't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to—
Thank you, Mr. Naruto, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room.
Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination lock. Remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgotten which one.
Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Job overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe.
Conclusion revised to find a safe combination.
Finally caught Palkia! Congratulations! I've always liked Palkia, but then after playing Mystery Dungeon, I got really attached to Dialga. Because you also get to meet Palkia in the other one. There was like Darkness and Explorer of, is it Time and Darkness? Can't remember. You get to get one or the other, but it's mainly Dialga. And so because of Mystery Dungeon, I was like, damn, I want to play Diamond, even though it doesn't really change anything. But Pokemon Pearl was my first ever Pokemon game, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure it was Pokemon Pearl because I watched my brother play Diamond and I was like, I want to play too. It looked really cool. And then someone bought me. I think my dad bought Pokemon Pearl after my fit, and then I finally got to play it. And that was my descent into games, I think. Because I wasn't really playing anything else before that. Not to my memory anyways. My hyperfixation started with Pokemon Pearl. Probably did have other games, but they were just very mindless and I don't remember them anymore. Pokemon Pearl was just too good for me to not forget. But for me to forget, sorry. Now let's consider the next conundrum. Friend's aim. I think, yeah, it shouldn't be updated like we did last time, so this should be continuing as normal.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there?
Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
Can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oof, life is so much simpler in those halcyon...
Scion. It's Scion, is it? How? I literally said this before. Halcyon. Am I?
Halcyon days when gravity could be reversed.
It was minutes ago, meant those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Well, there was something there and I didn't want to look at.
Scarlet!
It looks like these are the only windows in the room. In other words, if you wanted to escape without using the door, these skylights would be the only way.
Yes, it's true, but even so...
next to the only escape route, we noticed some telltale footprints.
Nevertheless, as we said many times now, gravity can't explain how they got there.
Ugh. Powerful springs in the soles of man's shoes, good?
Have you been having strange dreams as well, like Mr. Sholmes?
It's a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up.
Green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me?
If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too, look.
Oh yeah, surely that's a clue, isn't it? But what it tells us, I'm not sure. Pretty sure these are the 1, 2, 3 items. We examined the area anyways. Me saying that I'm suffering and that this investigation's going on for too long. Also me investigating literally everything. Hey, I'm committed to the craft.
Misclick!
It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look.
Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think?
If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up there several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up the ceiling though?
Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
reason there are footprints on the ceilings because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection,
There was clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the scarlet at all, but the balloon.
but for what purpose?
Green balloon? Huh? That seems somewhat familiar, Data.
There was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruto and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Master Gods claimed he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume that the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong
Possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something Absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway.
but the balloon's out of reach.
Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe.
Ah,
Most probably, Jabba intended to tear a hole in the envelope by selling it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became prisoner of those lofty heights.
dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. Ow, ow, ow.
So just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground, which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
Take that!
That was a new deduction. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
That was found at the scene, in fact.
In all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Drebber.
The man had only brought it away with him that day. He could have avoided losing his shoe at such critical times as this.
I'm shaking my leg a lot. I'm anxious beyond belief.
So, shall we begin? Our curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 has hidden inside that balloon?
What the? Waxwork?
Indeed it is! A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock.
We can't see the face inside, that means. There's probably no face, though.
Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh, goodness!
I see you joined the dots, Mrs. Sathor. Excellent.
Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. A case of the adopted Madame Tussauds model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing.
Indeed it was, but I believe Madame Tussauds will now have to settle a sizable account with me. This, as you now have surmised, is the head of the infamous professor.
Yes. But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tussauds and returning it earlier today was none other than 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨.
This is incredible. Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction are inextricably linked. By 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵's workshop. Waxwork head. The head of the waxwork Professor Waxwork that was stolen from the Madame Tussauds special exhibit. I will not be examining it because one, I'm getting the chills. I'm getting the what is it called? The creeps. There's another word for it. So we'll be examining it tomorrow because at least it won't be. What time is it? Nearly morning. Nearly morning. Sorry, but it's still quite dark out, and that's too scary for me. So we'll leave that for tomorrow.
Well, it appears our logical, unless the game forces me to examine it. That'd be really unfortunate. It appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? The music! The thing's still going! I started playing Pokemon for this year, still learning about type weaknesses. Bro, ever since I added the fairy type, I've forgotten like every type weakness. It was like ingrained in my body for me to remember, but now I just don't know it. Ever since the fairy type, I just don't know it. But it takes time. You just have to get used to like fighting a lot of Pokemon, and I feel like you remember by doing that. Like you remember what weakness to use against a Pokemon. And then just from there you start to remember it. But don't worry. Like in that same line of trying to remember type weaknesses, you're also remembering like Pokemon and their type, like what their types are, and then their type weakness. You got this, don't worry. But do have fun. If you only started playing Pokemon this year, enjoy. It must be so exciting to play Pokemon for the first time. I'd love to go through that again one day, which is impossible because I grew up with Pokemon. But it'd be nice to play Pokemon, like blind playthrough of Pokemon again for the first time. Especially older, since I played it as a child. Like, it's a very different experience from now. If I were to play it as an adult. I'm overwhelmed. Hold on. We have an extra correction, if I remember correctly. Unless there's a second part of the correction. If not, it's an updated one. Either way, continuing. Seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? So he did shut himself in.
This location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during the seduction.
And 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵 is right here, somewhere in this room.
So, Mr. Naruto, will you do the honors?
Yes, of course. Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐹's hiding place must be the...
Wardrobe?
Cupboard. This looks to be a cupboard for cups and saucers and the like.
Ah, in Junior's hiding place.
Oh, is it?
Well, when you say cupboard, you automatically think of cups and saucers, don't you? The clever engineer knows that, so he knows you'd never look for him in there, because he's not crockery.
Oh, sadly, it does seem to be full of only crockery.
If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that.
Yes. You had some experience of that yourself a year ago, didn't you?
We'll find him in there, mark my words. We curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hand is trembling just thinking about making the discovery.
Never mind, Mr. Naruto. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know.
Look at all that mess in front of the safe.
Yes, plants and accounting ledgers.
Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents in the safe, in fact.
Am I wrong to think this?
We are told that he's a pretty scrawny man, supposedly. It's so terrifying, though. Oopsie, I was not meant to click it like that.
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at the point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. Impressed with time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, which can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. You weren't very smart in doing that if you just have the combination code right there in front of us to see. In summary, Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵 is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes 𝐢𝐧𝐼's great deduction on this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Conclusion.
inside the safe. Oh dear. Elementary. Hopefully the police come in time, but we also need to leave in time if that's the case, because I really don't want to open that.
So, Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you think?
Opening the safe, you mean?
What else?
Let's see. Combination was 432582.
I knew that. Right then, here goes. You found me. Man was a step away from a JoJo pose. Never mind, he could be doing one right now. Ooh, what a BGM. Right, that's it, Mr. Enoch Jobo, I presume.
Damn it, he was kind of creepy to look at, but now he's kind of hot. What? What? What did I say? No, sorry. Hold on. Here.
Yeah, it's eyes. It's his eyes. I'm blaming it on the eyes. I like light blue eyes. Fuck.
Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built.
And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork with Madame Tussbells as well.
Well, shall be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first.
Deactivate
The parcel?
I refer, of course, to the time bomb I left in the most prominent position.
It's not on though.
Ha 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 ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're gearing up to die with me then?
No.
Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare.
Was too close to comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. Try to get help. Help us get a kill or get us killed.
Wait, actually it was ticking? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Oh, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. A resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
Don't push it, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh my god, we have to talk to you as well. I'm actually going fucking batshit insane. Hold on. When was the last time I fucking saved? Look at the time difference. We can examine everything again. Would you like to do that? Why did I think to say this is gonna keep going? Still can't believe we're nearly blown up.
What was that sideways glance in Edo, Mr. Naruto? Thought that deducing meaning from the movement of people's eyes was a specialty, Mr. Sholmes.
Never mind that now. Let us see what Mr. Driver has to say for himself.
Oh my god, thank fucking god, it's all the same. Oh,
Jesus fucking Christ. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving a thorough going over, don't you worry, Driver. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling?
Ah, that would have been me.
Oh?
For some reason, I work in fine fettle today.
No words, just tightly squeezed chips.
Really, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I fitted it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly, the rope was too short. So, I then sat about searching for the combination code to open the safe. I'm burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters.
And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set the parcel ticking.
Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police.
Time bomb.
But death wish, have I? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb.
Please? Why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? No ordinary safe, it's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it.
So in fact, the safe was the only safe place.
Precisely. Once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you to look more closely. Safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within.
Ah, so it is.
I'd always intended to blow this place to smithers. In any case, I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you plan to blow us all up?
No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? You just wanted to blow up the evidence, no?
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet.
Ah!
Calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly.
That means you were able to deduce in time.
But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works.
Bombastic side-eye?
Something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face? Besides the usual eyes, nose, and mouth.
Ears, nose, and mouth. So fucking funny.
I have a fairly good idea of what's going on here now.
But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Your hair is very long.
Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition.
The waxwork model you stole, which his head belongs to.
That's no ordinary head, you know? That's the head of the professor. Blood and mask with a strong lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough! What's going on in here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well...
With the scythe again? So the forensic investigation team are here.
So you know full well this engineer is a key witness, while you're allowing this lawyer access to him. If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. Yeah, dear madam, there's no need for such threatening turn, I assure you. After all, there's no way to greet an old acquaintance as a Dr. Scythe. Hello, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe?
If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves at the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naldo? Yes? Would appear that delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today.
But Mr. Sholmes...
Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I say get out now, all of you! Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never found this place and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here. This lot disarmed.
Inspector!
Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Jabba?
Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You were quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Eh? What are you... That one? You mean... K. It was an hour later that we heard the news. The enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever.
That's it!
Oh my god, I'm going fucking crazy. I'm this close to fucking batshit losing it. It took a solid 5 hours. 4.5 hours, I think. 4.5 hours of this fucking,
Investigation?
oh my god.
9/11!
Oh no! That's it. I'm not doing any more than this. We're stopping right fucking here. This is it. I'm ending it here. Everyone, thank you for sticking with me through this very, very, very painful investigation. I will be doing the continuation of it tomorrow. So I was really hoping it'd be a small investigation and then we just do the trial tomorrow, but I was so fucking naive. Okay. Alright, so shit will get very, very intense tomorrow because, one, everything that happened in the investigation is gonna be laid out for bear and we're gonna figure the fuck out what's going on. And more importantly, two, the amnesiac assistant of Van Zyk's, which we are led to assume is Kazuma Sama, will also be in the trial tomorrow. Oh, for this trial, yeah, tomorrow. So please look forward to that. I'm going to be, needless to say, very, very trippy and antsy about that for tomorrow. So please come and join me to see the outcome of the case. It's probably going to be a very long one if that investigation was as long as I had not predicted it to be. So same time tomorrow for those curious about either the outcome of this trial or my reaction to the outcome of this trial. But that is all for today's stream. Once again, thank you everyone that has dropped by the stream today and has watched through this stream. Also appreciate for all the comments today. Thank you everyone that has dropped by. It was nice to see everyone. But that is all. That is all. Everyone, remember, go hydrate, go eat if you haven't already. Hydration is important, especially if you sat through 8 hours of today's stream. Please remember to go drink a lot of water. Go get yourself some good food. I sure fucking need it. But then, other than that, for those that have stayed up for as long as I have through this investigation, please go rest up. I appreciate a lot. To those that have stuck through to the end of today. But for everyone else, fuck. My brain. But for everyone else, please have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you guys in the next stream tomorrow. Good night. Goodbye. Me signing out. I'm tired.